right, hey everybody. One of these days I'll be able to start a stream on time. Anyway, happy rising everybody. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to change Shizuru's glamour. I'll run and do that before we start the event. But yeah, hi everybody. Happy Thursday, happy rising. 13 years of Final Fantasy XIV. More if you're a 1.0 player. Okay. But in the meantime... Oh, do I have to... Well, okay, we're good. Because, yeah, I think... Wait, whoop. I may have gotten rid of the... I did. Alright. Actually, let me double check. Then we go into limited job stuff. I'm keeping things hidden. These are all my casual glamours, Arcadian stuff for when we start raiding, crafting, Island Sanctuary, crafting, blah, blah, blah. All right. Or crafting, gathering, etc., etc. Okay, so yeah, I need to... I know I could just do this from Limsa, but... Why, when it's so much faster to just run over to... my barracks. I use my barracks for this stuff so much that I have to like actively remind myself sometimes that, there we go, okay. Or you know what? These gloves, these shoes, remove that, and there we go. All right, there we go. Meow. It is time for my favorite event of the year. Oh, it's raining. Boo. Alright, well, to the aft castle. Yeah. Oh, first things first, you know what? Yeah. Oh, you're not who I wanted to talk to. I wanted to talk to Legally Distinct Minfilia. There she is. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Ooh, her glamour's cute. What chest piece? Hang on. What is that? Oh. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's super cute. Okay. Anyway, now that I'm done snooping. The Symphony of Life. The Wandering Minstrel is concerned for a visitor to Vilbrand. This quest is available, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's an event quest, I know. Well, now, if it isn't my friend, Shizune. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again. And a stroke of serendipity that it should be here and now. Yeah, how serendipitous. What a coinkydink. You see, just earlier I chanced to meet a woman who was looking for an acquaintance. Being a visitor to Vilbrand, however, she struggles to make headway and could use the assistance of a reliable adventurer. If you're willing to provide your aid, I should be glad to compensate you for your troubles. I only ask that you share the details with me afterwards. As a minstrel, I am ever in search of inspiration for song, and much can be had during the rising, when we remember the past, even as we look to the future. So what say you? Will you do me this favor? Yeah. I am truly grateful. Without further ado, I bid you seek out the woman in question, a keeper of the moon, garbed in red. She was making inquiries over at the Aft Castle and is like to still be there. While you attend her, I shall be nearby taking in the observance. I look forward to hearing your report at the conclusion of your task. Hi, Party Rick, what's up? Still no, I can read. Still not so much as a clue. Where could she have gotten to? Yeah. Yes? Is there something... I heard you needed some help finding someone? The minstrel sent you to help me? Well now, how very thoughtful of him. I must admit, I'm at my wit's end. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bathu Mulko, a member of Orchestra Gridania, and as you've already heard, I'm searching for someone. Can I truly count on your aid? Yeah. So, the person I seek is a woman named Anemuili. I have to find her. I simply have to. Is she a loved one? A loved one? How's the thought? She's my biggest rival, and I need to settle matters with her. Nemuili is a musician like me, and we've been battling it out in exams and competitions for years now. Freakishly talented is Nemuili. Looks carefree as you please, but no one immerses themselves in the music like her, and her expressiveness is second to none. As hard as I practice, more often than not, she'd get the better of me. But then she disappeared. Just up and left, sometime after the calamity struck. Word has it she became an adventurer, but it makes no sense. She had poured her life into music. Why would she suddenly cast it aside? Nice! Have you done the Rising event yet? She hasn't been in Gridania since then, and for a while I feared the worst. But then an acquaintance involved in the Rising told me that she's been seen in Limsa Lumenza, and I made my way over as fast as I could. Not that I care for her or anything. I want to give her a piece of my mind is all. Tell her to return to music and not waste her talents. But since arriving here, I haven't found a single clue. I'm not sure where to begin looking. Drinking holes are always a good bet for information. It just started today. August 27th, the anniversary of Final Fantasy or Realm Reborn's launch. Oh no, hang on. I'm choking on water, 1 second. As a bard main, I feel like this event was written for me specifically this year. Indeed. In which case, we'll want to head to the tavern yonder. The drowning something. Come on. love the way they handle the Rising every year. And this is my first year being able to do it where I'm fully caught up on the game, which is exciting. That's a player. I keep forgetting I have names hidden on this character. So I keep seeing people thinking, oh, that's an NPC, and then realizing, no, that is a player. Right? Yes. Okay. Right. The Drowning Wench. That was the name. How macabre. Anyway, let's try speaking with the barkeep first. Sure. Hi, Batteron! Well, if it ain't Shizune, I'd ask what you're having, but you don't look as though you're here for food and drink. What can I do you for then? An adventurer what ails from, not ails. An adventurer what ails from Gridania named of Anuli, or Annie. Fucking Mikote names. Animuili. Ah, right, the archer lass. I remember signing her up and seeing her running around these parts. That being said, we ain't supposed to divulge the particulars of guild members. Well, I suppose there's no harm in sharing a thing or two. After the calamity, we had no shortage of inquiries for missing persons, and I understand the pain of not knowing what's become of your own. We're not supposed to divulge the information of guild members. Immediately divulges information about a guild member. Since signing up with the guild, Animuli's mainly taken on the little tasks. Delivering packages, clearing away debris, and I searching for people too. That's rather unexpected. I'd assumed adventurers did grander things, like exploring new lands and solving mysteries. Otherwise, why would Nimue give up her life's passion? Maybe she found a new one. Some few adventurers embark on grand quests and accomplish great feats, 'tis true enough. But most are content to make a difference in folks' everyday lives, and Animuili struck me as the sort that simply enjoyed helping others. You also have to remember, the calamity turned lives upside down. I expect she had her reasons for choosing a new path. Now then, if you want to track her down your friend, the quickest way would be through her work. Of late, she's taken on a bunch of jobs for the Rising, and old Blingzath was one of her clients. You could do worse than have a chat with the bloke. It's a fair distance to the Bismarck, and I'd hate for our visitor to run afoul of Limsa's less savory elements. Make sure she gets where she needs to go safely, eh? Will do. Thank you, Batteron. I'll keep your words in mind. Don't mention it. Don't mention it, lass. And whatever it is you intend afterwards, I pray you're able to reunite with Animuili. I'd wanted to tell Nimue to give up adventuring and return to music, but now I'm not so sure. What led her to make her choice? By retracing her steps, perhaps I can understand her better. I must say, it's amazing how quickly we managed to pick up her trail with your help. I'm also impressed that Batteron remembers the adventurers he's met. Right, let's do as suggested and seek out Master Lingzath. Pray lead the way. The famous Bismarck. I dreamed of visiting, if not quite under these circumstances. Hopefully Master Lingzath can point us in Nimuili's direction. Yeah. Also, to be fair, he runs a tavern. It's not unusual. I am running in the wrong direction. It's not unusual for bartenders and tavern keeps, etc., to remember their clients. B, he does literally run the Adventurers Guild in Limsa. Like, he is their main representative who signs up new members and stuff. So it's not that surprising that he'd remember everybody. So this is the Bismarck. Did you know, Shizune? This place is famous not only for its cuisine, but for hosting soirees with renowned musicians as well. It's a great honor to be invited to perform here, and Nimue and I used to make a big fuss about who would get the call first. Well now, you two got questions written all over your faces. What is it you've been eating? Ah, yes, Animuili. Helped us set up a stall for the Rising, she did. The festival's close to her heart, apparently, and she worked like a woman possessed. We finished in no time, thanks to her. I see. Did she mention where she was lodging by any chance? Not to me, she didn't. She was also helping the Yellow Jackets with the fireworks, though, so mayhap he wants to talk to Ayoyo over at the Coral Tower. The Keepers of the Peace in Limsa Lumensa? Thank you. We'll head there at once. This way. Wait, no. I have to go out this way. And then this way. There are adventurers in this apothecary, too, delivering herbs by the sounds of it. When you think about it, we rely on adventurers for many things in everyday life. That being said, no matter how essential the task, surely Nimue doesn't need to be the one to do them. She has incredible talent as a musician and loved being one. What could have happened to make her abandon her path? Maybe she saw the destruction of the Calamity and decided she wanted to do her part to help people. Oh, if it ain't our kindly helper, Shizune. What brings you to the Coral Towers this fine evening? We're looking for someone. Aye, we had Animoili procure us with some ingredients for the fireworks. Can't have too much of the flaming colors this time of year, as I'm sure you can appreciate. As I understand it, she wants to aid them as suffer in the Calamity's wake, and was keen as mustard to be involved with aught to do with the Rising. Is that so? There we go. If you wants to know where she is, I suggest you speak with Dorathea, the headmistress of Limlane Shoals. Animuili regularly lends her hand at the orphanage. When I chanced upon Dorathea earlier, she was on her way to have a cup of tea at the Missing Member, so she's like to be over at the Aft Castle. If you can find her, might be as she can direct you to your friend. She's a rival, not a friend. But I'll do as you suggest and look for Miss Dorathea. Thank you for the advice. As I said, Animuili regularly lends a hand at Limlane Shoals. If anyone knows where she is, it'd be Dorathea. The lassie seems quite worried for her friend. Rival. Hope you find her soon. I'm sorry to make you run all over the place with me, but thanks to you, we're getting closer to tracking down Nimue. But what a surprise to learn what she's been doing as an adventurer, helping those who suffer in the Calamity's wake. I just realized I didn't talk to Lingzath the second time. One moment. Nope. Ah, if it ain't the Guild Shining Star, still traveling. Oh. Okay, he's just saying normal things that he would say to me no matter what. Okay, I understand. There's an Ethernet right here. Begging your pardon, but might you be Mr. Rathia of Limlane Shoals? That's me, alright. And who might you be? Who might ye be, I should say. Little baby me kitten! She's from last year's event, if I remember right. Or it may have been the year before. I don't remember, but a past event. So that's the way of it. Nimwili's been doing all sorts of odd jobs for us, from making repairs around the place to procuring necessities. All the children adore her. Ain't that right, Urcha? Nimwili always plays songs for us. Beautiful, soothing songs. She still performs even now? Most of the little ones at the shoals lost their families in the calamity. Years on, they still suffer from nightmares and anxiety. The music that Nimwili... Wait, oh, it's Nimwilia? The music that Nimwilia plays comforts them like nothing else. To know to do that, or to know to do that, she herself must have known tragedy too. So she didn't abandon her passion, but rather shares it. Shizune, at first I thought only to convince Nimwili to return to music. But now I understand why she made her choice. What she's doing is meaningful, and it wouldn't be right to tell her to give it up. So, what should I say to her when we meet? I'm at a complete loss. Was her name Animoilia and I've just been misreading it this entire time, or is it Nimwili and that was a typo? You're Nimwili's friend, right? Do you miss her? We're not friends, but rivals. That's right, rivals. Richard casts doubt. It was super effective. Who am I fooling? To have her not only disappear, but take up a dangerous trait besides. I've missed her as well as feared for her. And when I imagine that I wouldn't be able to strive beside her or hear her music anymore, it's too much for me to bear. Then when you find Nimwili, tell her you're glad to see her again. You never know when a loved one will be taken from you, so make sure to leave not unsaid. This is something as I've learned over the years. Now then, if you Okay, maybe that was a typo earlier. A typo that then gaslit me. Now then, if he had been bent on making Nimue go back, then I would have feigned ignorance. One more? Yes? There we go. Now then, if you'd been bent on making Nimue go back, then I would have feigned ignorance. But as it stands, I see no reason to hide her whereabouts. You'll find her in Ailport over in western Lenosha. The area was hard hit by the calamity, and she went there to do her bit. Take the ferry in front of the Fisherman's Guild, and it sails straight to the port. I will. Thank you, both of you. Be seeing you. Bye. That's not an aetheryte. Crazy thought, maybe it should be, but it's not. Here we go. In the course of searching for Nimue, I've come to realize many things. For one, if I tried to make her go home, she isn't like to listen. No, we'd probably end up shouting at each other and parting on bad terms. That's the last thing I want, and I'm truly grateful to you and everyone for opening my eyes. Now, just to confirm, but you're coming to Ailport too, yes? I'm starting to feel a little nervous and could use the support. Oh, yeah. I have to see this to the end. Airport. According to Mr. Rathia, Nimue should be working in this area. And we're back. So, where do you want, where do you want the crate? That voice, it's her. My thanks, lass. You're always a great help. I'll take it from here, so you can run along and collect your reward. When you have time, come and play some songs at our village again, eh? Man, she even looks like a bard. That's such a Final Fantasy, like a just JRPG-ass bard outfit. Nimue! I found you at last! Bathu? Good gods, it's been so long! It's been so long? That's all you have to say? You vanished with nary a word. No one knew where you were. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Well, what's this all of a sudden? I feel as if I'm missing something. I kind of wonder if she's in a bit of an airhead. It sounds like she kind of up and left without telling anybody. So you thought I'd given up on music and came all this way to drag me back. It's flattering in a way. That was the original plan anyway, before I learned that you've been dedicating yourself to those who suffered in the calamity. That you've been using music to bring people comfort. My father fought and fell at Carchano, and when my sickly mother died after that, it made me stop and consider what I truly wanted to achieve with the gifts I have. It didn't take long to arrive at the answer. I wanted to share the joy of music with all who strive to make their way in our calamity-ravaged world. Yes, I understand that now. Yours is a worthwhile calling, and I won't try to convince you to come back. Still, I can't help but feel sad. I had assumed you'd always be there as my rival, and then you gave that up and found another path. Gave up? Hardly. You've always pushed me forward with your relentless pursuit of perfection, and I felt that I needed to find my own sound. One day, I hope to express my experiences on this journey in song. And when I do, you had better still be there, with your skills sharp as ever. Spoken like a true rival. All this time, I've been running around in circles. It goes without saying that you can do as you please. But I want you to promise me one thing. Wherever you are, stay safe, and visit me from time to time. That's 2 things. But all right, I can do that much. Chizune, meeting Namuli again has taken a weight off my heart, and I can't thank you enough for accompanying me all this way. I'm truly glad that the minstrel sent you. Now then, you and I have some catching up to do. I want to know everything. Where you've been, what you've seen, the songs you've played, as both a friend and a rival. You have seen Bathu Mulko's quest to find her dear friend to a happy conclusion. The Wandering Minstrel will be eager to hear your report. Oops, that said eager for your report. I swear I can read, guys. I hear the children at the orphanage are quite fond of you. What do you play for them? All sorts of songs, but the old classic On Windy Meadows is probably their favorite. Nothing warms the heart like seeing their smiles, let me tell you. You should join me for a duet next time. What? I'm a busy person, I'll have you know. But if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. You guys should venture together. That'd be cute. To think that Bathu would come looking for me. Gotta go to the F Castle. Cute. Welcome back, my friend. By your elated expression, I take it you met with success in your search. I did. So the 2 friends whose paths diverged after the calamity were happily reunited during the Rising, with each gaining newfound understanding for the other. 'Tis a joyous outcome, and I am glad I entreated your aid. I must say, it is quite fascinating how we defined ourselves through our connections. Our endeavors may be our own and no one else's, yet there are often others who walk the self-same path, and their presence can serve to guide and inspire. Be it a shining beacon, a warming flame, or a consuming blaze, how those individuals are perceived may vary, but it is by virtue of their existence that we are able to see where we presently stand. Yes, I believe I have the makings of a new verse, and I owe it to you. If you have the time still, I should like to hear your tale in more detail. Will you not join me for the fireworks? Yeah. Yeah. There's a Thief's Guild characters, and that was Batteron and what's his name from the Culinarian Guild in the crowd. We have a moment before the display begins. While we wait, will you not lend an ear to my verse? It is a song of comfort and hope, dedicated to all who forge on in the calamity's wake. Yeah. Greetings, Warrior of Light. This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps, or perhaps not. 'Tis a pleasure to meet you again. As I have in the past, I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. Lest you wonder, an enchanting concert is to be held at this venue, and I have come to attend it. Music is about enjoying sound. Everyone should be able to enjoy it freely. I'm gonna screenshot that, because I'm pretty sure I know who that's from. These are the words of a comrade and composer. Soken? You mean Soken? Looking back, I marvel at how long we have been on this journey with you and yours. We have experienced good times and bad, partaken of the sweet and the bitter both. But through it all, ever did music resound, captivating and wondrous. Even as our journey unfolded, many events have taken place in the world beyond, events that shape our values and way of life. I, for one, have changed with them, and I am quite certain you have as well. So it only follows that this world too must undergo change. A transformation driven by our hope that your journey will always be worthwhile. As we forge ahead, nothing would please us more than to continue having you there beside us. Enjoying your adventures freely, to the accompaniment of marvelous music. Now, the time has come for this vision to end. Time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. This world shall yet endure, and as we continue on our way, I pray that the notes that resound from each of us shall have occasion to rise together once more in harmony. Till that day, I wish you safe and happy travels. Fare you well. Bye, Yoshi P. See you next year. Countless souls abide in this world, and the connections we forge with one another give rise to the symphony of life. In the course of your journeys, you will have heard such music. You yourself have been a performer, creating music with those around you. In recognition of this, I wish to dedicate to you another verse, that your footfalls may resound for all to hear. I know he means that I, am a member of the game's community and therefore contribute to its quote-unquote music. But again, I'm a bard main, so it feels like this was written for me specifically, and my fellow bard mains. But yeah. Oh! Wawalago is there. And Sisipu. There, you can kind of still see them, they're right here. Upon the wind they echo far, the songs of life upon our star. The journeys mark the land abounds, beyond the morrow to resound. Oh, with journeys mark the land abounds, beyond the morrow to resound. I can read. Though sun may yet set and twilight fall, the stars agleam on blackened pall. Her songs shall e'er light the way, and guide us forth to break of day. As we make our way in the journey of life, we choose with whom we walk. Sometimes, however, someone may appear upon the road unannounced, and we find ourselves taken in directions we had not imagined. For instance, had you not lent young Bathu your aid, she and Ainamuli would not enjoy the connection they now share. To thus appear before others is your destiny, I dare say, and I cannot help but wonder what you will see and hear in your journeys to come. When next we meet, I pray you will regale me with your tales once more. I mean, when next we meet, Evercold will be out, and we'll probably be in 8.1, so, yeah. Maybe even close. Hang on, let me do some math real quick. Patches have been like 5 months. The point, patch is usually a little bit longer, so we'll say 5 or 6 months. Expansion is coming out in June or in January, so probably a May or June release for 7.1. So yeah, we'll be in 8.1. We'll be in 8.1 when the expansion drops, or when Next Rising comes around. Anyway, wind up with Lamont. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? Oh. Hang on, now I have to read that is not the right menu. Hang on. Nope. There we go. Nope. There we go. There she is. Summon. This automaton designed in the likeness of Wook Lamont was commissioned by a certain member of the royal family. Gee, I wonder who. To commemorate the anniversary of her father's ascension. When the celebrations were delayed due to the right of succession, however, the units were exported to Eorzea instead. Yeah, I didn't actually have time to play around with her. What emote do you respond to, Poke? Ah, she does a little laugh. Do you respond to pet? No. Hand over? Kinda. Cute. I kind of wish her minion's face didn't read quite so human and read a little more cat, but oh well. Anyway, look at these guys! They're from past Rising events! He's now not so new adventurer, and that's his older sister. She's been involved with some events in the past. She's a Reporter for, I forget, is it the Mithril Eye? She might be with the Mithril Eye. She's with one of the, we're gonna go this way, save Derek for last. One of the newspapers in the game. Shizune, you won't believe this, but Nimue has been far more reckless than I thought. Oh. She's ventured deep into the wilds, even going to settlements that are far from friendly simply to share music. Are all adventurers so heedless of danger? By your expression, I take it I'm grumbling to the wrong person. Yeah. I pity whoever it is that has to wait and worry while you're off risking life and limb. I was gonna say most of the people who would worry about me are usually risking life and limb with me, but that's not entirely true. Oh, it's you again. I owe you an apology. It seems you spent a good deal of time looking for me. But thanks to you, I was able to reconnect with Bathu. We've talked about all the sorts of things, like what we did after the calamity, what we intend to do now, and, of course, music. By the way, you're called Shizune, right? I'd heard the name before in rumors, but you couldn't possibly be that Shizune. Could you? That's actually really funny on this character, considering the fact that it depends, because I still haven't changed this character's name, so she's still using the name Shizune. Canonically, her name is Shizuru, and Shizune is her sister, who she's been pretending to be for the last few years. So, and cute, these guys are also from previous events. And was there anybody else? Those are players. Nope. Because those are also all players. Oh, these guys are also from previous events. One of them's an artisan and the other one is like his friend slash sponsor, if I remember right. And then it's Ook and Derek. Hi, Ook. Ook, Ook. So, you've come here too, Shizune. Somehow I had a sense that we would meet during the Rising. To look back upon the past, that it may never fade while fixing one's gaze upon the future. 'Tis a mortal practice that I cherish. I too have much to remember this time of year. But above all, I find myself remembering my fellow 12. For I bear their hopes in my heart as I continue my journey. Yeah! I'm so glad he's like showing up at events again. They did it like once shortly after the Alliance raid and Endwalker like finished, but they haven't since. And then suddenly in the same year, like this is the second time this year he's shown up after years of absence. So I wonder if they heard people complaining. Honestly, if I'd been them, I would have had him wandering around the world the way Alpha and Omega do, and then also showing up in events. Maybe they'll add that eventually. That'd be nice. Just give us a quest to unlock it, like they did with Alpha and Omega. Alright, now, follow-up quest. The Wandering Minstrel regards you with a curious gaze. Still savoring the afterglow of the fireworks, are you? You look somewhat dazed, as if you've just awakened from a dream. Something like that. You actually had a dream, you say. And in it, you met an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. I do every year, and I tell you about him every year, I'm pretty sure. Well, I know not the significance of your vision. I have an inkling as to this enchanting concert that was mentioned. If you're otherwise unoccupied, would you care to attend it together? Excellent. Let us make our way to Miketo's amphitheater in Old Gridania at once. Gridania. theater? They are here! Oh my god, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Oh my god, Real's here! What? Oh wait. Is that- no, that's not a player. Oh my god, I missed these guys the last time I was here. One moment. Are you saying anything? No, you're just sitting here. Okay, then I can... Hang on. Where the fuck have you been? And are you- who are you? Why do I not recognize you? I'll grab a screenshot just in case. You're a player- wait! Oh! Bluesky's here! Oh! See, I like rushed to do the quest and I assumed the NPCs would still be here afterwards. You three are here. And I can't help but notice a certain someone is leaning towards a certain someone else. Hang on, this deserves... This reads so married couple to me. Are you two anyone? I don't think so. Okay. Wandering Minstrel. Let's go. It appears we have arrived during an intermission. Do you see the piano on the stage? It is there for one and all to play during the rising. As young Anemulia also knew, music is possessed of the power— ooh, too fast! It can even restore faded memories to vibrant life, together with emotions. With these wonderful effects in mind, was the piano set up. Too fast! Comfort and inspire. Okay. Let me reread that. As young Anemulia also knew, music is possessed of the power to comfort and inspire. It can even restore faded memories to vibrant life, together with the emotions they once evoked. With these wondrous effects in mind, was the piano set up. It's quite inspired, would you not agree? Ah, a performer has taken to the stage. This unmistakable arpeggio. Could it be? This song is familiar to me. The performer could well be an esteemed predecessor of mine. There is only one way to know for certain. I shall go and speak with him after he has finished playing. Apologies for the wait. My suspicions were correct. Permit me to introduce to you the legendary composer. Nay, it isn't my place to reveal his identity. Not when he has gone to such lengths to remain anonymous that he might simply delight in music with us. So is this supposed to be Soken or is it supposed to be Uematsu? Also, I'm snoozing this ad break. Know, however, that you have been touched by his works somewhat out or somewhere out there. This I agree, or I guarantee. This woman is an accomplished adventurer and a renowned hero besides. Might you have any words you would like to offer her? Video games save lives. Greetings, adventurer. Tell me, have you been enjoying the music that colors your journey? I have! This question I also pose to you over yonder. It is not only the battles and stories or the music which brings them to life, but how you choose to interact with the game that truly shapes the experience. For being part of this final yet unending fantasy, I give you my heartfelt thanks. I don't know if I got the screenshot. Getting it now. As a token of my gratitude, please accept this gift. Oh, and do remember the name, Kontiki. It's a little project of mine. Don't mention anything to our minstrel friend, though. You say standing right next to him? That's 100% Soken. It seems you are privy to a secret. But worry not, I am not one to pry. Now then, enveloped in the warmth of enchanting music, I shall return to my wanderings. After all, the adventure promises to continue for quite some time to come. Yeah. Yeah. What a good event. And now the minstrel is here listening, and everybody else left except whoever the fuck this is. Quit my ass. So when are we getting this variation of the chocobo head? Anyway, good event. And yeah, there aren't any NPCs around here, only at the actual event site. All right, then let me head over to my apartment and risingify it until the ads start. And then once we get back from the ad break, I haven't done the capstone for the Allied Societies yet on stream, so we will do that. And then I also have to do the Oxessia quests. Okay, so I need to make a new playlist. We're gonna use Prelude. I'm gonna also throw... Where is it? It's under here. Seventh Son. And then the 3 new songs. Oh, I have to actually, like, use them. Hang on. Natoya's Cave, modulation. It'd help if I was in the right place. And then Eternal Wind. And then Xanark Hand, which isn't in the game yet. Which makes me think we're gonna be getting surprise Final Fantasy X stuff next expansion. There we go. And then I'm gonna shuffle starting with the Xanark End one. And let's see here. What rising decorations do I have on this character? First of all, I need to put that away now. Oh, I forgot there were rising table lamps that we got last year. Was I playing the year we got a little rising, poster? I guess not. Guess I'll put that there. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with these. Maybe I want to put this away for now. I just noticed the Roswin and Carvalane in there. Oh, I need to find a good place for this. What if I scooch this over a bit for now, and then I'll just put it away after the event ends? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, other side, I think. Oh, hang on. Oh, I might have an idea. Hang on. What if I rotate you? Yeah. Nope. Shut right up against the wall as much as the game will let me. There we go. Damn it, it doesn't matter. Alright. Then I will stick... I really like... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Sorry to be restarting this music again, but... Okay. That'll have to be good enough for now. Anyway, oh, we're back from the ads. All right, whoops. I kind of figured out housing decoration stuff. Anyway, I actually need like a minute just to grab a snack and then we can continue. And I think I'll let this music play while I'm away, so I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Now, let's head to Tuliolol. Kind of appropriate that I waited until this event and getting this minion to do the quest we're about to do. Anyway, here we go. This way. Zelly Holly wears a tired but fulfilled expression on her face. Why, if it isn't our special advisor, you'll be pleased to know that business is booming at the Trolley Travel Agency. I've scarcely had time to rest my feathers, in fact. But what about you, Shizune? How goes the adventuring profession? It could be worse. I'm glad to hear you're keeping busy. As the agency's reputation grows, we find ourselves with more and more customers from distant lands. It's been quite the challenge catering experiences for each of them. And that reminds me. Wakasa said he wished to discuss a certain matter with you. If you have a moment, could you stop by the eatery? He and Leaplu must want you to be part of this new plan they're cooking up. Now, I should go and greet our newest arrivals. It's always a pleasure to see you, Shizune. Yeah,
Okay. To Dark Polka!
Oh. Is my mic picking up my air conditioner? I don't know what it's picking up. Whoops. Hang on, let me turn that off. Yeah, I think, has it been doing that all summer? I thought I had my filter set so that it wouldn't do that. Okay. Nope. This way. This way. Yeah. And of course we should invite them too. Yeah? So for now, it might be best for you to start preparing the ingredients. Can you manage? It may end up being quite the guest list. The more the merrier. Speaking of which, the guest of honor graces us with her presence. Been keeping busy, Shizune? I have. Why, hello, Shizune! What brings you to the Trolley Travel Agency this day? Oh, what's their name? Zelly Holly sent me. Do you guys not talk to each other? I see. Well, it was fortunate you ran into Zelly Holly. There is indeed a certain matter we'd like to discuss with you. You see, we've heard from our customers and fellow merchants about recent developments in both Urkopacha and Mamuk. It seems both settlements have been revitalized by ambitious new adventures. Apparently, these endeavors flourish thanks in part to the tireless contributions of a lone traveler, whose many skills have helped pave the way from shaky beginnings to steadfast success. As I heard more and more of these stories, I became certain of who this lone traveler was. I believe she stands before me now, in fact. Wow. Wow. I've been busy, I'll admit. I knew it! I could imagine no one else has heard of the traveler's many selfless feats. I'm glad to know it was you. Now, I'm certain you're the right woman for a little task I need help with. Do you mind delivering 2 missives for me? I'm hoping to reach out to the people in charge of these new ventures at Zigorta the Open-Armed and Golkomla, if I remember correctly. Looking to expand the offerings of the Turali Travel Agency? The Turali Travel Agency that so far only operates in Kozamauka? Not yet, not yet. Before such considerations, I feel there is something we should all do together first. My inner abacus is telling me there is no better time to grasp this opportunity than now. We're planning to propose a little joint venture is all. For now though, we have to keep the details close to the chest. Sorry for the secrecy, but believe me when I say it'll benefit everyone involved. I knew we could count on you, Shizune. I suppose it only makes sense to visit the closer destination first. Zigorta the Open-Armed. While you're taking care of that, we'll be about our preparations. Farewell for now. The stories of Zigorta the Open-Armed and Golkoma have been on the lips of many as of late. I only hope our proposition is met with approval. You must be dying to know the details, but I promise patience will pay off. Sorry we're sending you across the continent and back for an errand like this, but there's no one else fit for the job. We won't be idle while you're gone, though, and I think you'll be pleased when you see what we're getting ready. Okay. And then off to Whirler's Echo.
Oh.
The event is over, so it's back to Orb. Oh, Shizune! It is good to see you. Have you come to lend a hand again? Contains a proposal intended for the leaders of Yolk Terrell's new ventures, or so Leaplu says. A letter from the Turali Travel Agency? Let me see. Ah, yes. Shizune, have you, by chance, read this letter? No, I don't read other people's mail. I thought so. Then I shall keep the surprise as a... I meant that it may come as a surprise that Leaplu considers you her special advisor. No? Then I suppose there is no need for you to read the letter after all. Certainly not. In any case, I think I shall read the rest of the letter together with Ryoger. In the meantime, you should go speak with Ryoger Turte. The spirits ask daily when you will come and play with them. They will be overjoyed to see you. Yeah. Now, what game shall we play next? The spirit's energy is boundless. I wonder what happens if I... Whoop. He. They should respond to me / throwing snow at them. The crafty one has come! Look! The crafty one has come! Shizune has come! Indeed she has! Here to play with the spirits, Shizune? Roikor Torte's joy reflects my own. It is always an honor to meet with the hero of your pedigree. The hands can always use it, or the aid of one such as you. You're here to deliver a letter from the Trolley Travel Agency? They've become the talk of Tirala as of late. And you say you're their special advisor? You do get around, don't you? Yet you have not read the letter yourself. No, I don't read other people's mail! Curious. Given the agency's purpose, perhaps they intend to cooperate with the Yokoi to attract more sightseers to this place. In that case, surely they would have come themselves. I recall the concern is managed by the self-same siblings who oversaw the Alpaca Wool Bedding Emporium, and I know they prefer face-to-face business dealings. That being said... With the lion's share of the restoration work finished, many of the artisans are eager to start their next project. Such a proposal could provide that opportunity, and breathe even more life into Urkopacha. We know not what business and project mean. Are you saying more little people like you will come? Well, it's too soon to say for certain. If that were the case, however, would you greet them happily? We would! More people means more friends to play with. Together, we can remember all the friends who came before. Oh! I see even the spirits have taken to the Yokui way of thinking. Nothing could make me happier. If we play more, then more snow will fall. The frost blooms will blossom, and everyone will smile. Farafar will smile too, yes? Most certainly. We knew it! Can we play now, Crafty One? Yeah, sure. I don't think you can refuse, nor do you wish to. We have pressing matters to attend to ourselves, but it's simply impossible to deny Ryokor Turte. To be honest, the two of us have been hard-pressed to keep up with the spirits during their games. With you on our side, perhaps the odds will even out. Less talking, more playing! Playing! I can read. I can talk. My mouth works, I promise. Oh. That was so much fun! Thank you, Crafty One! I'm positively drenched, but so long as Ryokor Turte is satisfied, I'm glad to risk a little frostbite. Well played, everyone! Yeah, but also, don't get frostbite. After all that, perhaps some time to warm up and rest would be well advised. Farafar has surely read the letter by now, so why don't you return to shelter? Come back again, Crafty One. We will be waiting. I can tell by the snow on your clothes that you indulged the spirit's playful whims. I hope that you look forward to visiting us as much as we look forward to welcoming you. Now, I believe I have kept you waiting for long enough. You are curious about the letter, yes? Leaply wrote of her plans for the future. It sounds marvelous. So could you please tell her that I would be honored to be a part of it? Unfortunately, I am unable to share any more than that. While your curiosity must be eating away at you, rest assured everything will be made clear soon enough. Judging by what I read, it seems your next destination is Skolkolma and Mamook. May your travels be swift. As for myself, preparations must be made for Leap Blue's endeavor. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Okay, and to Mamook. Here we go. Hello, Shizune. Come to see how we're getting along? Let me zoom in. Golgoma is more prosperous than ever, I'm glad to say. Since joining the Turali Agricultural Association, we've gained more and more customers from outside Mamook. We've even arranged a trial partnership for our crops to be used at a taco shop. When I went to Tuliolal to deliver them, I heard some relatives of mine were returning to Mamook for a visit. They're eager to see what change has come to the city. Apparently, they're bringing along their younglings, so we're arranging to have them ride on a branch bearer. A bird's eye view of the granary is sure to leave a positive impression. That's about it for what's new around here. How have things been with you, Shizune? I'm here to deliver a letter. A letter, you say? Oh, let me have a look. The Trolley Travel Agency? I've heard people talk of it in the capital. Wait, you're their special advisor? You do have friends everywhere, don't you? What else is in this letter? Let's see. I think Angir should read this as well. While you're doing that, why don't you pay a visit, or while we're doing that, why don't you pay a visit to the kitchen? Teatro is there to help Tsute prepare a new dish. Katolja should be around too. I think they'd all be glad to see you. Once we've read the letter, I'll meet you at the kitchen. Until then. Yeah. Is that Shizune? You've come just in time. Old Setse's been struck with inspiration and whipped us up a delicious new dish. Well, I heard a few former Mamook residents were returning from Tuliolal. I sensed an opportunity to use my cooking to show them how much their old home had changed. And the culinary wheels began to turn. And besides, while Tika Selvis has earned a reputation among visitors, we mustn't rest on our laurels as artisans. Ruvolja and the others poured their sweat and tears into the granary, and our relations with the Jabral have at last started to improve. Teatro and the others, or other hunters, can visit without fear of menacing stares or harsh words. Mamook has changed. The entirety of Yoctel has changed. For the better, of course. But not everyone knows this, and it's our job to spread the good tidings. According to Revolja, while our crops are proving popular among those outside these canopies, people are still wary to step foot within Yoctel. Mamook has had a reputation as an inhospitable place for so long that many treat it as fact. Even I refused to believe it had changed until I saw it with my own eyes. But your food will get people thinking differently. They won't just hear about the change, they'll taste it. I would gladly volunteer for any flavor testing you might need. I would have you sample my work as well. My newest creation is called Mouchetel, meaning forest radiance in our tongue. I've deep-fried the shining Najul peels and placed them atop a hearty soup. Is eating fried banana peel a thing? Apologies for the wait. I must say, your friend Leaplu certainly has some interesting ideas. And after discussing it with Angir, we've decided to help bring them to fruition. We'd like to begin preparations at once, but wanted to first confirm that the event is being held at Urkopacha. Event? Oh, you don't know? But if you aren't there, then... Ruvalja, perhaps we'd better leave this matter be for now. Ah, he realized. For the time being, could you tell Leaplu that we will happily take part in her plan? Sure. I hope we'll be seeing you again soon, Shizune. I could talk cooking with you until the sun sets and rises again. I can barely believe the stories of the meals you've eaten. Please, you have to tell us more about the world's food next time. As for what I was saying before, oh, we'll handle that ourselves. Give Leaplu our regards, Shizune. Yeah. Each region has flavors and textures it calls its own, it seems. The knowledge makes me realize there's plenty of room yet for my own cooking to improve. Mamook will continue to change for the better, and I intend to lend my aid wheresoever I'm needed. It was a pleasure to chat with you again, Shizune. I'd like to hear more of your adventures next time. The places you've been, the things you've eaten, and the beasts you've slain. Leaplu wrote much about you in the letter. It seems many places aside from Golgoma owe you a debt of gratitude. Tell Leaplu we're looking forward to her plan. And you should too. Why? What are you guys doing? Throwing me a party? You've returned at last! So, how was everyone? Did you have positive things, or did they have positive things to say about my letter? Sounds like it. They did? Well, that's a huge relief. And not that I doubted you for a moment, but their readiness to agree to my proposal shows me just how hard you work for their benefit. There was something else I was curious about. How have your friends been faring since becoming established? Well, I hope. There have been many new changes for everyone. Ah, that is good to hear. They reached a milestone with your help, but have the wherewithal to forge a future with their own hands. Much like we're doing here. The news is heartening indeed. And now that everything is settled, the true work begins. Leaplu is just never one to leave hard work unrewarded. Allow me to thank you for delivering those letters, Shizune. I'll also offer my apologies for sending you hither and thither for such a minor task. No doubt your feet ache and your back cries out for despair. I've had longer treks. As expected from an adventurer of your caliber, you are positively indefatigable. Still, you did walk quite the distance. No, I didn't! So I encourage you to take some time off to rest at our guest lodgings. I teleported everywhere! Come to think of it, despite all the trials and tribulations you've endured for our sake, I don't believe you've had the chance to stay with us. So, how about it? Sure. Good, good! I anticipated you might agree to my suggestion, so your chambers are being prepared as we speak. Once they're ready, I'll have Kenuhanu let you know. It shouldn't be too long, but please make yourself at home in the meantime. Are so cute. Look at the little sleeping one. Oh. Oh, is that Shizune? Is that you? I thought so. It's been so long, I'm not sure if you remember me. In Svangenhain of the Potsworn. I remember you. How could I not? Oh, it is a pleasure to happy greet you here of all places. Have you come for crafty tasks? Not exactly. You're lodging here? Good for you. You always seem so busy, it's heartening to know you have the time to recuperate. Do I, though? We are here on a delivery. Fontagene's crafty goods have proven very popular as of late. Fortunately for me, customers have even made the journey all the way to Earthenshire to purchase them. I feel blessed that anyone would go to so much trouble for my work. You played no small part in guiding me upon this path, Shizune, and for that I thank you. Slowly but surely, I have overcome the impulse to compare myself to others, and become content simply to know my crafts bring joy to so many. The seeds of that change were planted the day I met you in Wuklamot, and every day since then, I have become more certain that coming to Tyrol was the right choice. But you cannot let success make you lazy. The life of an artisan is one of constant improvement. When you are inspired with new ideas, quick tell Redderock at once. That way, you will always have what you need for your crafty work. Once our business here is finished, it's about time we return to Earthenshire. Rest well, Shizune, and may we meet again. A most hearty welcome to our special advisor. If you're ready to see your room, allow me to guide you. I must admit, attending to one such as you is quite the emotional experience. We owe you so much, and we aren't the only ones. We recently had a customer visit from distant Alexandria. Apparently, they had taken part in some sort of martial competition there, and they told us about the various troubles they had that had recently befallen their nation. It was you and your companions that saw them through those dark times. When I heard that that our special advisor was risking life and limb for the sake of others, I was worried, but I was also in awe. You fly freely and nobly as Kishaihi, and the least we can do is offer you a place of respite from your trials. It is an honor, in fact. But there I go rambling again. Please allow me to show you to your room. Yeah. I've been trying to use the fate to blacks and teleport points in the story to eat. That was a mistake. Hang on. Please make yourself at home. If there's anything you need, anything at all, you only need to ask. Oh, but before I go, Lee Blue said that while Kessa wished to speak with you. If you have a moment, could you visit the eatery later? Until then, please enjoy your stay. Yeah! But also no! Let me go inside the little bungalow. Let it be a permanent place where I can put my feet up in here. Well, this is a surprise. Come to visit old friends, Shizune? And who are you? I suppose a traveler of such renown can't be expected to remember every person she meets. I am Sia of the Wing of Reflection, your companion in arranging Rasabat's truly unforgettable experience. I take it you've finally found time to relax. I've become quite fond of this place myself, and since my first tour, I've arranged several more devoted entirely to fishing. And since fate has brought us together again, there's something I've wanted to tell you ever since our last meeting. Surely you've noticed the effect your actions have had on Tural. Long-standing issues that once gripped the nation now seem manageable. A change set in motion more than 80 years ago, when Galuljaja stemmed the conflicts plaguing the continent and founded Tuliolal. His Landsguard made the road safe, and people could move more freely than ever before. And with the Pelu Pelu given the mercantile reins, wares of all sorts flowed across Tural. But even so, its various peoples remained in their ancestral lands, following their established customs. The capital remained fundamentally separate. However, Galuljaja had no intention of changing that. He understood that it would take time for a single nation of Tural to coalesce, and understood the next generation to see it realized. With the succession of new Dawn servants, that new generation has come, and the Turali Travel Agency is but one of many enterprises reshaping our home. I hear that you aided some few of them, in fact. People will have more chances to explore unfamiliar lands, more chances for mutual exchange. And as we come to better know our neighbors, we will learn to come together as a nation and step forth into a brighter future. hadn't given it that much thought. I see. You were only doing what comes naturally, lending a helping hand to those in need. To think actions that come so naturally to you would help revitalize a whole nation and the people who live within it. Such selflessness is truly moving. I am grateful for your journey across Tyrol, and for lending your strength to those you met. The Wing of Reflection shall do its utmost to ride these favorable winds as far as we can. Now, I believe I've taken up enough of your time, Shizune. Rest well. This cutscene probably would have come across better if it wasn't happening outside in the middle of a monsoon! Time passes as you reflect upon the countless adventures that brought you to this moment. After a lengthy reverie, you recall that Wakessa wishes to speak with you. Perhaps he is still about at the eatery. Okay. Over to Wakessa. It's a little me kitten! But there aren't Mikote in Tyrol. Are these guys from Alexandria and just wearing Tyroli? Oh wait, yes there are. I'm stupid. It's... What am I thinking of? There aren't Aura or Lalafell in Tyrol. Okay, never mind. I hadn't realized there was a little baby here. I guess I hadn't fully appreciated the NPCs that had been added here as part of the, like, evolution. Okay, anyway. Hey, Wakessa. Greetings, Shizune. I hope you were able to make take your mind off things for a bit. Your face says it all. Here, I cooked a little something up for you. I put my heart and soul into it, so you'd best hurry to your destination before it gets cold. My destination? Didn't expect to be sent off so soon, did you? Leaplu's waiting for you at the Panakpelu retreat in Urkopacha. Some hot springs run by another Pelu, as I understand. But one thing before you go. I'll come out and say it. Back when, then with the third promise, all that kidnapping and whatnot, well, things weren't looking too bright after we ran into you. Of course, you were only doing right by our allies, but we'd never taken such a beating as you gave, nor been hounded so relentlessly afterwards. We were scared to death. When I saw you again, I was certain my final day had come. But instead, my days have been full making food I love, and watching customers enjoy it. My old crew and I are even earning an honest wage. Not bad for a bunch of former ne'er-do-wells. Not bad at all. Our past crimes forgiven, and our apologies taken at face value. All by the grace of you and Leaplu. We owe you both a debt of gratitude we can never repay. Still, maybe this meal will go some small way towards evening the scales. Best be off now to Urkopacha, Shizune. Okay. Then we want to go to Wanchimpello. orb, and fly. Everyone's here. Blue's proposal was too enticing to deny. Yet as excited as we all are, I have a feeling you'll be having the most fun. You're finally here, Shizune. When the letter instructed us to come to Urkopacha, I jumped at the chance to see a new locale. It hasn't disappointed so far. Why, we meet again. Well, I would love to catch up. You should speak with Blue first. She organized this whole affair, after all. Murphaler and I volunteered to guide Ruvolja and the others from Yoctel. They were splendid traveling companions. Far told us about the plan. We offered our assistance most eagerly. Who would pass up an opportunity for a dip in these hot springs, after all? There you are, Shizune. We've been waiting for you. Did you bring the food Wakesa made? I did. This boxed meal contains more food than any one person could eat. Although the tantalizing aromas wafting from it make the idea hard to resist. Good. Thank you for carrying it all this way. Now, shall we begin? On behalf of those who work towards the betterment of Yoctoral, I'd like to welcome the guest of honor, you. Me? Gosh, whoever could have seen this coming? Terribly sorry for keeping everything so secretive. I worried that you might shy away from attending this party if you knew what we were about. I had a feeling something was going on. Originally, we had planned to hold this event at the travel agency, but as we heard more and more about your exploits around Taral, we began to envision something greater. An event that would bring together everyone you've helped. Oh, you'd need a way bigger space for that. We've been wanting to thank you for everything you've done, so Blue's invitation provided the perfect opportunity. Bolsete made almost too much food for us to carry. We bought Kirkariar, the snow spirit's favorite libation, among other traditional Yokwe fare. I hope everyone eats and drinks their fill. Yokorturte and the other spirits even expressed interest in coming. Perhaps their whims will guide them here at some point. They want to come to a hot spring? Is that safe? Look around you, Shizune. All these people from across Taral are here because of you, to show their gratitude to a dear friend. Even so, a small matter weighs heavily on the hearts of all present. You see, while you were a highly valued contributor to our project, we scarcely knew anything about you. Admittedly, the challenges we faced left us with little time for leisure, but even so... People speak of your exploits in Tuliolol quite often, and with each new story, I learn more and more of who you are. It made me realize how little we actually know of your life, and that made me feel somewhat sad. More than as an advisor, helper, or artisan, I'd like to know you as a person. We all feel that way, you can be sure. So if it isn't too much trouble, we'd like you to tell us all about your life, both within Taral and without. How long do you guys have? But before that, why don't you change into something less dusty from travel? This is a party after all, and we'd like you to relax. Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? All present are eager to speak with the guest of honor. Why not match their festive mood with equally festive attire? Battle will not be required of you during this quest. Game, if you're gonna pull something like this, either you need to have the quest be located someplace where I can change glamour plates, or give me a heads up so I can bring stuff. But no, my glamour right now is fine. Leaf Blue has reserved the venue for the rest of the day. Higimolu would love this, fond of hot springs as he is, but unfortunately he's already on his way back to Eorzea. Apparently, the beasts in these parts sometimes prey upon Pelu who have warmed their bodies in the hot springs. One of Nopli's trading partners almost met their end here, in fact. I'm shocked that they haven't, like, that nobody's decided to start a, like, bodyguard slash escort service between here and someplace safer then. After you delivered my letters, I came here to wait for everyone while you were resting at the travel agency. We managed to get everything ready just before you arrived. These secluded hot springs are the pride of the Pelu. The healing waters soothe the back pain, sore muscles, and flagging spirits. Hopefully, they provide some small measure of relief from your tireless adventuring. This will be a good opportunity to strengthen our ties with the people of Yaktel as well. I look forward to hearing about your time with them. I'm interested to see what crops are grown in Urkopacha and Kazumaoka. Hopefully, I can take some samples home with me for research. Are you wearing that, or are you wearing that to the party? Again, what is wrong with what I'm wearing? Very well. Now, bring out the food and drink. Yeah! As if I don't carefully select what glamour I'm gonna do or wear before I even start whatever content I'm doing. Especially on stream. But yeah! Or freeze the entire thing solid with people inside. One of the two. Want me to take care of it? Nope. Guess not. I love how Scooby-Doo this cutscene ends up being. But seriously, bodyguard escorts between the hot springs and safety. Seems like kind of an obvious thing to me. What a grand time that was. Were you able to forget your worries, if even but for a moment? It's been a while since I was so relaxed. I'm glad to hear that. You throw yourself into one battle after another, don't you? I doubt any of us could keep up if our lives depended on it. Surely no one would begrudge you a little rest and recuperation from time to time. Now, I'm sure the others would like to speak with the guests of honor. Why don't you indulge them? Oh wait, right, okay, I'm gonna snooze this ad break because I want to talk to everybody. Everyone's here to speak with the guests of honor. You! Why don't you see what they have to say? Everyone's stories gave me a clearer picture of Toral as a whole, and Leaplu even arranged for me to visit the fields of Greeds. This day proved to be more fruitful than my research than I imagined. I imagine she'd also be interested in, like, the coffee crops here and stuff. And mezcal leaves. Whoops. This party is in your honor, so it was only right that I stopped that hungry beast. My skill as a bodyguard has improved, has it not? I have your guidance to thank for that, too. Did not mean to run past you guys. That Pelu Eater gave me quite the fright, but Murphyler ensured that the party would continue unabated. He looks pleased with himself, doesn't he? I did not expect Ryokor Turte to be so curious about the hot springs. To think it would actually try to enter those scalding waters. A sight I'll not soon forget, haha! It's been a pleasure listening to your many fantastic tales, Shizune. But even after hearing your stories, I have trouble imagining them. One day, I hope to see those space carrots with my own eyes. Your journey gives us the motivation we need to make the Gainery even better. You might even hear talk of Golkoma at whatever far-flung locale your next adventure takes you. With the outside orders increasing by the day, maybe it's time to dream bigger. Be more ambitious. We'll make the people of Mamook proud. I forgot to mention, Farafar Angir and I came up with an interesting idea. We want to see what Leaplu thinks, and we hope you'll stick around to hear her thoughts. I've been thinking about the future of Golgolma, of all Mamook, in fact. We've come up with a proposal for Leaplu, and we'd like you to be there when we discuss it. Crops take root in the land, then bear fruit that forms the seeds of the next generation. In the same way, I hope Golgolma bears seeds of lasting change for Mamook. I can't remember the last time I stopped worrying about my duties and simply lived in the moment. Not since Dartogor's passing, I think. Yet when I saw Ryokor Turte's joy written so plain on its face, I realized anew, all the work was worth it. With Zigorte the Open-Armed now restored, the time has come to look towards the future, to take this precious opportunity to decide how we wish to live for our lives. Oh, I can only hope that means more business opportunities for us. I shall leave the counting of coin to Master Nopli. Yet if you ever require protection for any reason, I am always willing to lend an arm. Or lend my arm. I am glad for the offer. Speaking of which, we had a proposal of our own to share with Leaplu before departing. I'm glad I had the chance to speak with you, Shizune, as well as everyone else gathered here. We intend to share our proposal with Leaplu shortly. An idea for which we have this gathering to thank. With the fellowship between the Yokui and Snow Spirits restored, our Kropacha feels blessed by favorable winds. Wherever they may lead us, I intend to continue safeguarding others, if only to repay the debt I owe you. Nope. What does the future hold for Zigarte the Open-Armed? For all of Warlord's Echo, I understand Farafar's desire to plan ahead. At the risk of repeating myself, I'd like to thank you again for coming here, Shizune. But that hardly begins to scratch the surface, does it? For the time you've given us, and for all the help you've offered, I owe you a debt I'm not likely to repay anytime soon. We won't have time, or we wouldn't have come nearly as far without you, that's for sure. And now, in bringing us all together like this, you've given us opportunities for new endeavors. After a bit of discussion, we've come to realize our goals align almost perfectly. Yes, I want people to know that life on Warlord's Echo has changed. That the snow spirits are no longer feared, but embraced. And that together we wish to shed the settlement's reputation as an isolated mountain community. We all share similar goals. We would like the various peoples of Tyrol to remember each other, not as strangers with esoteric customs, but as trusted neighbors. To that end, we have a proposal for you, Leaplu. Might we partner with the Tyroli Travel Agency? We would like travelers from across the continent to see our respective homes as they are now. That sounds like a wonderful plan. Shizune, as our special advisor, what are your thoughts? I think you anticipated this would happen. Yes. In fact, my inner abacus has been clacking away furiously. Of course, I'm always looking for new opportunities for expansion, but believe me when I say celebrating you has been my top priority from the start. Yeah! Well, we Pelu use commerce to build bridges between peoples, so you bring them together through high adventure. How many others could say the same? More than you might think. Now, while I regret to say it, I suppose this little gathering must draw to a close. Don't be a stranger around Golma, Shizune. Come back in on Ryokor Turte, or come check in on Ryokor Turte and the other spirits too. We'll make a special batch of Kirkariar just for you. Surely you're already thinking of your next escapade, yes? Well, let's give you a hero's farewell. May we meet again soon, Shizune, and may the road ahead of you be laden with good fortune. Yeah! Huzzah! A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Yes, I did grow up with Mr. Rogers. Thank you, game. Also, it occurred to me while I was watching this cutscene, do you think they'll ever give us this as a mount? I know the chocobo drawn carriage is a, like, cash shop thing, but even if it is a cash shop thing, do you think they'll ever make an alpaca drawn cart a mount? Okay. Now, let me use this. And, let me go ahead and, oh, not that one. Here we go. Add to favorites. And, yeah. Yeah! Okay. And Twitch wants to run ad break, which works out. we are going to, when we get back, do the Alexessia quests. So let me just go ahead and head there now. Oh yeah, I should probably show off the glamour too. For the ad start. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, so we have that. We have the gloves. We have the pants. And we have the shoes. And there we have it. A nice little close-up. The boots are cute. Not a huge fan of the pants, but they're okay. The gloves, they're okay. I could see potentially using them. And then the top. And for some reason, it only has one dye channel. Anyway. Okay, we're in an ad, so I'm gonna step away for a few minutes and I'll see you guys on the other side. Whoa, nope. All right, we're back. And we're in Alexessia now. So let me... Which class I'm on doesn't really matter. So we'll be on Botanist. And quest time. Oh, nope, here we go. Searching Way could not be prouder of the initiative's blossoming effects. Ah, there you are, Shizune. All the greenery starts to blur together after a while, doesn't it? Have you learned your way around? I know it like the back of my own backyard. At last, I return! Vast as these ruins are, I do believe I have officially named everything. Welcome back, Namingway. I saw your submissions on my exo tablet, and suffice to say, they're already a hit with the crew. Glad to be of service as always, and I look forward to sharing my many discoveries. In the meanwhile, we've been investigating the inner workings of Grandma Laurel. There's a Greek crystal in her core, not unlike the euhedron on Oasis. In this case, however, the problem isn't a mere lack of ether, but also old age wearing it down with the components. Thus, I asked Dillis and her team to make careful repairs alongside their analysis. And guess what? Owing to the knowledge gained on Oasis, she says they've already nearly done, or they're already nearly done. So, let's say we pay our dear grandma a visit, hmm? Yeah! Let's go! Oh. Also, when are we gonna get this as an emote? Ah. Oh, Earl, what sage wisdom do you have for us? Good question. Also, before we continue, does Dillis have anything to say? Grandma Laurel has been rebooted and reconnected to the vast family netroot, restoring nearly all functionality to the star. All that remains is to repair the core system, but the arcane circuits are rather complex. The ether is at our fingertips and yet tortuously beyond our reach. No, I know my team has what it takes to get to the bottom of this. It's only a matter of time. You mean like right now? Right then, let's go inside and see how the team is faring. Good timing, you lot. Now that we've fixed it up, we believe this arcane circuit can reactivate the core system. We need only supply ether of like signature. We were just about to give it a go. Yeah? Yeah! Trunk network sleep mode disengaged. Redefining chlorophyll protocols. Is that a Voyager? Did they just speak to us? Wait, that wasn't the Echo? I can think of no explanation but that, in order to bypass the language barrier, this entity has attuned to our very minds. Protocols active. Heed us, Shatterer of Slumber. Through this synthesis of knowledge, do we who choose to speak Oh, let me read that. Through this synthesis of knowledge, do we who choose peace speak unto you? But to whom do we speak? To what end would you bid us part from an ambrosial dream? Hi, I'm Shizune. Allegedly. Kinda. We hail from stars beyond, seeking the wisdom of our forebears in cosmic sojourn. Oh, that is not easy. Essentially, we found your navigational chart on a gravity-torn star and wanted to know more about you. Does that make sense? Zai Illinoat. The wasteland. Long has it been since we were forced to abandon it. You have traveled far. Tell us more! After you left, did you continue to voyage here or there regularly for supplies of war? And was it not that overuse of gravitational magics which created the anomalies that exist there today? How accurate is my hypothesis? An impressive deduction, in harmony with the truth. Such intelligence in itself is an unreliable indication, but your organic pulses bespeak no savagery. Well, that's good. This as well. Had you had any ill intent toward us or our star, we would have been forced to take certain measures. Oh. But if you seek only to know the forest, then we may grant you a guide. What is your answer? Setting aside the troubling nature of your other statement, yes, I think that sounds lovely. What is happening? Receive of us this terminal bud. So long as you show us no hostility, we will cooperate in kind. More lifelike than a mammoth, yet unmistakably inorganic. And you say it has all knowledge of the star? Think of the impact this will have on our research. The bliss of corrections and corroborations. We simply must seize this chance. How Charlian of you. I confess, I've seen quite a bit of your star already, and given names to all my favorite sites. In fact, I was planning to take Shizune here on a grand tour and tell her all about them, but frankly, I'd rather hear your names. Our names? Then perhaps you would care to know what we call ourselves. Nagilvi. A chance to speak to a Voyager! Or is it many Voyagers? Either way, it's as if all my name days have come at once! Also, what does Dillis have to say now? I should like to join the tour, but alas, I'm obligated to supervise things here. You and Namingway have everything well in hand, I trust? Yeah? I guess. We are terminal of the trunk network, a branch briefly split from the great tree. Oh, Shizune! What a grand opportunity this is! Come, let us learn of the Nagilvi and their home. Each bud is rooted unseen to the trunk network. All that is witnessed, every word spoken, flows as fallen rain through the forest. A direct connection to the mainframe, I suppose. Splendid! There's not like to be a more reliable guide. Oh, it's just the two of us not searching away? Okay. We had not anticipated interstellar visitors, but nonetheless, we welcome you. This tour shall be all the more edifying for the presence of a proper expert. It all looks so small from up here, doesn't it? Puts one in mind of an elder watching over their little ones. That's what inspired the names of Grandma Laurel, the purposefully positioned towerlings, and the family netroot which connects them. Family takes many forms in the cosmos. Our new generations would sprout every few turns of the sun, following the great pollination. We Loprits are mostly familiar with the life cycles of the people of Aetheris. I imagine much is different for botanical beings like yourselves. Scintillating! Our fair city, alive once more. Well, if you can call this alive. It has grown in unexpected ways through your intervention, but not unpleasant ones. It all looks so small from up here, doesn't it? Puts one in mind of... Oh, okay. And the rest of that is the same dialogue. All right. Given the placement of Grandma Laurel, I inferred this to be the center, or the city center, hence, Core Shroud. Similarly, we called this region Lenisil Te, in your words, Central Administration. Great minds think alike then. I can imagine large crowds commuting up and down these streets. There was a sizable population of Nagilvi prior to your slumber, I hope. Did they all look like you? Just so. We were born of seed and soil. As eons passed, our roots grew, and the star's sacred power granted us autonomy. You call this power ether or magic. As our understanding of it blossomed, we shaped forest into foundation, city into civilization. You would be right at home in the 12th Wood. But while we had our suspicions, it's almost unbelievable that this was constructed through purely arcane means. Yet you are possessed of skills honed without the use of any sacred power. Tell us, for to us, that is the miracle. Ah, but we Loprits were blessed with talents by dint of our creation. Far more special are contributors from Aetheris like Shizune. They began entirely from scratch. This cultural exchange is off to a fascinating start, is it not? Next, let us show our new friend where we conduct our mini operations. Do you have more new things to say? Nope. Okay. Then I'm gonna assume neither of you do. Ah! The view is incredibly pretty up here. Aha. We've been making use of the transport vessels and drones left scattered around. Timber drones, I call them. Are they Nagilvi inventions? Yes. We built roads to bridge the treetops, then developed vehicles to facilitate high-speed travel. Teleportation, too, was common. Meanwhile, the flying Zissaroor cared for the trees, orbiting the city to bathe each in light in its turn. Little wonder the city fell into disrepair without them. Good infrastructure requires upkeep. Everything from street sweeping to floodplain management. This form makes traversal tiresome. If only we could wield our displacement powers. Maybe I should try talking to the Nagilvi bud first, because everything else after that is just the same thing all over again. Also, hey, Square Enix, when do I get to have this as a mount? And also this. Gimme, gimme. Yeah. Now I think I'm safe to hit return. Oh shit! That wasn't the return I wanted to hit! No! No! Well. Fuck! I did that live on stream too, god damn it! Okay. I meant to hit this return, not the other one. Ah! Aw. Okay, hi, sorry about that. Okay, now I want this return. Why doesn't regular return just turn into stellar return? Sprint turns into stellar sprint. Why can't it work that way for return? are in the Timber Lodge, local outpost for the Cosmic Exploration Initiative, and point of origin for all our expeditions, be they on foot or by starship. This served as a harbor for we Nagilvi as well. We would first teleport ourselves to one of the two moons, and from there, journey unto the stars. Ah, of course! Alternating relay points would necessarily reduce the strain inflicted by the gravitational magics, explaining the absence of anomalies like those we found on Oasis. Yes, as a result, we did not realize our sacred power could have such adverse effects. When we alighted upon the Wasteland Star, we discovered a mystical stone, like unto the dew of 1,000,000 trees. A mere pebble was enough to make the spirit flourish, allowing the sacred power within us to grow all the more. And so poor Oasis's fate was sealed, as is ours, since I've decided we're off to Peleus or Pergola next. I have more questions that want for answers. I'm just checking to see if there is... Nope, okay. No new dialogue. And then... this away we go. Ha! Where? Here we go. Might this region hold some special significance to the Nagilvi? Perceptive. Once, this was Toligiva Zifia, where we luxuriated in the sun's blessings. But as the veins of dewstone ran dry, we began to wither. A choice was upon us. Seek a substitute from another star or suffer stagnation without the sacred power. Some courageous few journeyed back into the great expanse, never to be heard from again. We are those who remain. Forgive me, I was rather hoping to cheer you up, but I think I see the full picture. You were fighting for the hope of tomorrow, just as we did under the threat of the final days. A thing that wouldn't have hit this planet since it's so full of ether, just want to point out. And you know, no matter the outcome, I think that in itself is quite admirable. We are grateful for your kind words. Last but not least, I say we take a moment to contemplate the fruitful union of city and woodland to full bloom gardens. The following event cannot be skipped. Blah, blah, blah. I don't do things like this when I'm in Duty Finder. On Aetheris, it is quite uncommon to see paved roads so close to the murmur of fountains and forests. Is there anything in particular that stands out to you, Shizune? Yeah, the Nagildi, bud. The words spoken unto this terminal are shared with the forest, but worry not, for they shall bear no judgment. What of us nourishes your mind? How will you water us in kind? Already your admiration of our roots and branches is pleasant as a spring breeze. There's much to discover amid the green. Go on, have a look. Okay, let's start with these. Those granny nickels are made of solid metal and consequently weigh a tons apiece. In a city of green, the glint is harsh indeed. We called them Miyagyagam, or Miyagyagam Yidi, root silverfruit. Though they would appear to have fallen from the trees, they rise up from within the earth. During the time of our interstellar excursions, it was a rare source of workable metal. Yet even aided by sacred power, we struggled to sculpt with it. Could it be that your arcane manipulation of plants inadvertently causes them, or these metals, to clump up? I should like to get an alchemist's opinion. That. Behold, the tri-lattice facades. Named for the eye-catching windows, naturally. Were these your homes? We called them Goonilin Ver, or sunlit greenhouses. Most serves as residences or faculties seeing daily use, or facilities seeing daily use. Just as I thought, the expedition team found them empty, so any further details you can provide would be much appreciated. This blushing beauty is a day-spring dew tree, named for its resemblance to the seasonal blossoms of the Far East. That is a Vilig Apilig, meaning leaves of eternal spring. Spring is... Oh, that you know of this concept would suggest your star has seasons as well. Alzesia has a temperate climate, with 9 distinct stages of spring. Throughout it all, the Vilig Apilig never sheds its leaves. Neat! To the south is the rooting towerling and massive growths of idiocolite, larger than even the euhedron on Oasis. A logistical nightmare to transport, was it not? No. The Zealina was much smaller when we harvested it from the wasteland. We did not learn until later that it grows with exposure to ambient ether. Like the Dewstone, it was a vital resource upon which we grew reliant for the maintenance of our infrastructure. The Dewstone, however, was used on most all occasions that we called upon the sacred power. Eventually, our stores were exhausted, leaving only a fraction deep within the city's core. That explains the visible absence of Jasper here. Its loss must have been a crisis indeed. These gantries are known as Alcestian waygates. I recall seeing similar structures in Garlemald. How are these used, I wonder? To disseminate news and notices of congested areas to those in wheeled vessels. We regret that this is likely more mundane than you had hoped. Not at all! It's quite futuristic from our perspective. The city must have been breathtaking, back when you had the mineral resources to power it. The great roadway that links each substructure is called the Emerald Nervue. Be sure to watch your step, To us, This was simply Central 3. That which plummets is most often salvaged by the branches below. Below, concentric rivers embrace the great tree, forming a wetland reservoir. This may well be the most fascinating aspect of Nagilvi civilization, the interplay between natural resources and advanced infrastructure. Goodness, we've learned so much! Have your burgeoning questions been tended to? Or shall we request another sprinkling of insight? Nope, that's everything. My garden of knowledge has been thoroughly watered. Wonderful! I myself have greatly enjoyed the contrast between the names I coined in the Nagilvi originals. That as well. Likewise, our first brush with extraterrestrials has been a novel experience. Ah, yes! I expect such encounters are exceedingly uncommon. All the more reason to celebrate ours. Incidentally, pray forgive the impertinent question, but where do your bodies rest? Is there a facility we've simply yet to find? Our bodies. Those who remain on this star chose to lay roots deep in the earth. Entwined in sleep, we lift our arms to the sun. The rustling of leaves are hymn to the world. Can you not hear us? You mean to say the trees of Alsacia? Together, we endure through ages untold. No one exists among the many. There is only the forest. And the forest sleeps, memories indistinguishable from dreams, bleeding as bubbles in a stream. The bud to which you speak, too, is part of the system that safeguards our slumber. But even in our stillness, the forest grows, feeding upon the star's remaining power. Without our former bodies, we are powerless to prune as we once did. The very stasis by which we hoped to staunch our avarice sowed the seeds of our destruction. As millennia passed and engorged tendrils began to throttle the natural order, our systems failed, and we lay dreaming. Had you and yours not arrived, one day we would have withered and never even noticed that we were rotting. That, to us, would be the only true death. Dear me, how dreadful! Imagine our surprise to find instead the suffocating shroud trimmed back, relieving the undue strain upon the star. Our once forsaken city pulses with new life, our trees anointed with new names, and we are happy. In your coming, you have healed our home. Then the long journey was worth it, every moment. And with such wonderful traveling companions, too. Joy shared is joy doubled, wouldn't you say, Shizune? Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, I expect Searching Way will want to hear of this. Both of you, pray accompany me back to his side post-haste. Ah, I'm emotional! Okay. Okay. everybody's here. All right. Welcome back, you lot. Anything of interest?
Silly me, I can't stop smiling. Where to even begin?
Though our intent was to teach, we found ourselves enlightened.
Yeah. Welcome back, my friends. How was it, seeing the sights with a native of Alsacia? They had much to teach us about their history, and that was only the beginning.
Now tell him we're saviors of the star.
Yes, I had wanted to mention that especially. And also... I'm speechless! To think our exploration of Alsacia was a matter of life and death for the Nagilvi themselves.
No researcher could ask for better results. On behalf of the forest, you have our gratitude. But that you preserved preserved us in our slumber isn't the half of it. You sought to know of us, to entwine your roots with ours. Wheresoever your path wends, henceforth we go with you, until our canopy reaches across the stars. May you share in the joy of it.
To humble explorers like myself and my comrades, such words are an honor indeed. Yet it will take time to develop a full understanding of Alsacia's erstwhile civilization, half buried as it is. To that end, there's plenty more I would learn about your people. If we're to be stewards of your story, we must needs recount it with clarity.
Rest assured, the research team will spare no effort be it on Alsacia, Oasis, Vena, or any stars we may hope to reach in the future. This journey beyond Aetheris has had a great influence upon my outlook as a scholar. Working on the Ragnarok, my conviction was that a civilization could never truly outlive its architects. Even as I desperately filled the Bibliotheca Historica, it was in service of our people's survival rather than that of the knowledge itself. But if, on some distant day, others might come to see us as we see the Nagilvi, perhaps that legacy is enough.
Hear, hear! And what Loprit hasn't found something worth carrying back with them on this grand adventure? Whether it be a star-sorted history, a brilliant innovation, or a desperate dream, not needs wither so long as we're here to tend to the garden. As a token of our budding connection, we offer this terminal to take on your journey. Through its eyes will we see pleasant dreams a while longer. Very well. Might we entrust it into your care, Shizune? Boy, the things that this guy will see traveling with me. Ahem. I dare say our new traveling companion is in need of a proper name, yes? Let's discuss. To restore radiance to a city, to breathe new life into the leaves. It feels as though we've achieved something truly special. But the Cosmic Exploration Initiative has only just sprouted. Star by star, will one day lay roots across the universe. Yeah! And the name of the minion is Budvi, a bud, buddy, and a Nagilvi rolled into one. Yeah,
Okay. I think I want to save this for last. So... let me go ahead and use the minion. Manager time. Also, fun fact, I still have not had time to do these quests on my main, so you guys get first-time reactions to everything now. Whoops.
Well, glad am I to see you in good health, Shizune. But more to the point, do you have some time?
Alas.
Alas what? Do spell it out. You have time, or you have time? Yes or no?
I can't say that I do.
Well, I can.
You do. Mumuko seeks idle hands to handle the animals.
Searching Waste sent a full report of your encounter with the collective semi-unconscious of the Nagilvi. With the analysis of Grandma Laurel underway, the research team is happily buried in their work. As an unfortunate result, however, the study of other facets of Alsatia's environment have been woefully neglected. That's where you come in. Given your expert handling of wayward personnel, I am confident that you will have little difficulty managing other fauna. Specifically, I would assign you to interstellar damel research, the skill set for which only a scant few of in the initiative possess. You'll learn all about it from the exozoologist on site. Thank you in advance.
Right. Were the damels not just normal damels that we brought with us and slapped some spacesuit stuff on? Asking for everyone. Praise be to spare hands. Oh, I'm so glad I asked Mumuko to send someone. These are hardly herbivores, these hardy herbivores can adapt to many different climes. Whether that includes other stars, however, is to be revealed by our findings. To disclose my bias in advance, I confess to the hopes that said findings will support the continued use of the name Interstellar Damel, or Damel. For what a name it is. At any rate, we have outfitted the creatures with biometric scanners that transmit periodic health reports and deploy environmental support functions as needed. But of course, numbers never tell the full story. Direct observation is key. As much as I'd love to watch them all day, however, I must prioritize the analysis of their leavings, as it will affect what feed we import. So I thought to myself, who else shares the proclivity to forego sleep on a regular basis? Why, adventurers, of course! And here we are. You'll find the herd under the trees to the northwest. Be sure to make note of their biometric readings in addition to more general observations. I'll need at least 3 data points. Simply observe each specimen and document its condition along with the output from its equipment. It shouldn't be too taxing. Okay. So these aren't... Are these not damels from back home that we just slapped spacesuits on? Oh. Also, have these guys always been here? With its long neck craned skyward, the Dalmel appears to be enjoying the breeze.
As its biometric readings are within standard parameters, you decide to catalog this specimen as healthy. The Damel continues to enjoy the breeze. Oh, to be a Damel on a hillside. This Damel looks a bit restless. According to its biometric scanner, a bowel movement was recorded, but you fail to see any physical evidence. Yet, amid the familiar smells of the pasture, you detect a gaseous odor. Since it isn't reflected in the biometric data, you document it just in case. The Damel is still fidgeting, and the air still smells of methane. Noted. As you approach the Dalmel, you hear the rumble of its stomach. Its biometrics, however, indicate its next meal is scheduled for much, much later. Perhaps this specimen has not yet learned which plants are safe for grazing. You decide to request a supplementary snack on its behalf. This Damel is completely famished, if its rumbling stomach is any indication. Poor thing. Again. While you were observing the Damels, I all but completed my fecal analysis. So, what did you see? Yes, Damels often can become anxious after a bowel movement, but I suspect what the scanner recorded was merely flatulence. As for our famished friend, rest assured we'll send over a snack straight away. Conclusion-wise, As I have long suspected, a lack of direct handling could cost us dearly. A job this important cannot be left to machines, no matter how helpful they may be. Back in Labyrinthos, you see, we were contemplating the interstellar transport of flora and fauna since the Ragnarok days. However, previous stars have played host to little in the way of edible flora, so only now can we test our hypothesis. Fortunately, with the handy Damel at our side, we've had little in the way of surprise thus far. The hardest part was getting them aboard the Galactic Way. Oh, so these are, like, what? Special hybrid Dalmels that you guys bred in Labyrinthos for space? Fortunately, with the hardy Dalmel at our side, we'll the Galactic Way, okay. And if all continues to go to plan, we may one day have an entire menagerie. Interstellar sheep for shearing, interstellar spriggans for mining, interstellar pisces for staring, I suppose. At any rate, your assistance today brings us one step closer to that dream. Tell Mumuko I said thank you. I have a hungry Dalmel to feed. Yeah! Sorry, I just looked up, because I realized it's been a while since I played Enfield, so I may or may not have on my other monitor been looking up Enfield stuff, and oh my god, I just saw what one of the future, operators looks like. Holy shit! Oh my god! Okay. Anyway.
What are you? Wait, 5-star? That's a feline? I mean, I guess. Sorry, I shouldn't have looked that up on while I was streaming. Welcome back, Shizune. Tell me, how fare the Damels? The team wants up for a more permanent on-site observer, it seems. Perhaps I can recruit a veterinary expert from the studium. Previously, it was trouble enough to secure and transport enough food for our crew members, let alone for animals. We've always the starship's payload capacity to consider, after all. But now that we've reached a star with a suitable environment to support more than a colony of fish, we must do our utmost to seize the opportunity. The ability to cultivate livestock from the Aetherist would open up a world of new possibilities, perhaps even secure our ability to establish a more permanent settlement, should it be needed in the future. This may be the Cosmic Exploration Initiative, but we mustn't forget we bear the legacy of the Ragnarok. The Damels will help us carry it forward. In truth, however, this request was about more than that. When you spoke with the Nagilvi, it was agreed that we should learn of each other, yes? Well, suffice to say, they are listening. Not only the Budvi but the forest, the city, all of it is joined at the roots. From now on, our every action represents Aetheris. And our research on Alzesia speaks volumes about the path we walked to get here, as well as what we might do next. If Aetheris is to be represented, all of her people should have a voice. Now that's an interesting point. I dare say the Sylphs would feel a particular kinship. Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. I was thinking about just like the normal, or not normal. Well, maybe normal is the right word. I was thinking about the like non-Allied Society cultures, but yeah. Rest assured, I shall ensure that all we've discussed today is given due consideration in discussions of the initiative's future, as well as how we comport ourselves on this star. And your next task, of course. For one matter is certain. Neither of us will be put out to pasture anytime soon. You have a little more time for me, don't you, Shizune? Yeah. No. Please, were you busy, you would not have looked my way. Or please, were you busy, you would not have looked my way. All right. But only for you. Okay, whoops. I just realized those damn, okay. I need to get more active in Enfield. Sorry, okay, I need to exit out of this. Should not be looking at this during stream. Oh, Shizune, you flatterer. Rest assured, I shan't waste it. Oh, I get a minion! It is time for Mumiko to look things into, Mumiko. It is time Mumiko took things into her own idle hands. Now, from the moment this initiative first began, you have come to my aid on full many occasions. With your speed and efficiency, you've been a true delight to manage. Thank you? Thus, I come to you to help me wrap up a loose end. As with the interstellar Damels, it pertains to our agreement with the Nagilvi. To cultivate true understanding, 'tis vital that they learn of us no less than we learn of them. But when I canvass the crew for ways to demonstrate our nature,
Not one person put forth an idea. Was the research team not clamoring to make contact with this lost civilization? Their silence baffles me. If anyone, I had thought surely Dillis or Justo would submit a proposal. Suffice to say, if they're trying to hide another problem, they shan't. Oh, ad break. Well, I will continue this after the break then. All right. Then I will be right back. I'll see you guys soon.
Okay, we're back.
Suffice to anyway, we're gonna continue where we left off. Suffice to say, if they're trying to hide another problem, they shan't succeed. I'm sending you straight to the nut root radius to get to the bottom of this. Okay. Woohoo! All right, and then they are over here somewhere. Aha. Oh, all of them are here together. I see. Hello there, Shizune. Mumiko didn't send you, did she? She did, actually. I know, we're working on it. Just some proper chit-chat is all. Nothing to fret about. Now I'm fretting even more than I was before. I mean, I wasn't fretting at all before, but now I'm fretting. Welcome, Shizune. I suppose Mumiko spent you to spy? Something like that. Oh, I forgot to change my going live message before I went live today. Oops. Make no mistake, our team has been searching far and wide for ways to promote a cultural exchange between ourselves and the Voyagers, Nagilvi. Yet we find ourselves ill-equipped to epitomize the theorists. An erstwhile editor of the Bibliotheca Historica has no shortage of subjects to discuss, regardless of who's listening. But would that truly convey who we are? With such disparity of origin, culture, and expertise, I fear we'll paint a rather muddled picture. I haven't a clue myself. Any thoughts, Shizune? Let it be muddled then. You're right. To present a theorist as a single homogeneous society would be a disservice to the great diversity of thought between individuals. Really, there's no better representation of who we are than the myriad discoveries and connections we've each made. Yet we've toiled on the front lines of exploration for so long, it's all a blur. We need someone with a broad grasp of the entire initiative, top to bottom. I see where this is leading. If anyone's logged all the highlights from behind the scenes, it's our dear perfect project manager. Wait, what about me? At last, we have a viable proposal. In that case, I believe I have just the thing. Might you take this newly developed prototype attire to Mumiko? Sure? It was inspired by the design of the Dalmel's equipment, incorporating biometric scanner data, ethereal signatures, and other physiological records. Through them, the wearer's every action, sensation, and even emotion is captured and transmitted to our terminal. Should we connect that to Grandma Laurel, we can share those experiences with the Nagilvi. With Mumiko's activity log thus annotated by emotion and her robust background knowledge, we can convey what it means to be part of the initiative without fear of inaccuracies. Of course, she'll need to participate in our day-to-day missions more directly than is standard for a manager, but she may appreciate the opportunity to gain more than the usual abstract overview in turn. Yes, she's the perfect candidate, and you're the best person to convince her. We're counting on you, Shizune. Okay. This proposal is a celebration of individuality and collective effort. Oh, I do hope Mumiko likes it. You don't mind playing intermediary, do you? Believe me, you have the best chance of success. Reckon she'll like getting her hands dirty for a change. Speaking as a fellow project manager, I look forward to seeing Mumiko in the spotlight. Yeah, the outfit you're about to give her, we're not also wearing it, are we? Hey, Flame! We're back to 14 just for a little bit. Today's actually the last day, and then tomorrow I go back to Baldur's Gate 3. I take it you've been to see Dillis and the others. What did they have to say for themselves? This cutting-edge equipment was but recently developed, and in exactly Mumuko's size, no less. Wow, what a coincidence. And what does this set of Cosmic Explorers attire have to do with it exactly? Oh, it is the same outfit! Ah! A personal hands-on experience outside of the Timber Lodge? And I'm the perfect candidate? That does sound like a refreshing change. Oh, very well. I suppose a project manager must needs indulge her underlings from time to time. Once I don the prerequisite attire, I shall visit them in person to hear the particulars. And I expect you to join me, Shizune. Okay. I'll need some time to get changed. In the meanwhile, you may go and relay the good news. Okay. And now I meet with them all the way up here. This proposal is a celebration of it. Oh, okay. She's saying the same thing she was before. She's saying the same thing. Yep, okay. Spoken to Mumuko, have you? Or have you? We've made sure the equipment's transmitting as it should. Can't imagine she's well acquainted with riding the Cosmoliner, so I hope she finds her way. Here I am, as requested. I hope you all feel very honored. Concerned, more like. How many wrong turns have you, were you taking all this time? Well, perhaps a few, but my directional ineptitude is none of your concern. Now, as for this prototype, it would seem the scanners and transmitters were positioned to permit maximum range of motion, correct? Just so. From now on, the entirety of your five senses shall be conveyed directly to the collective unconscious of the Nagilvi. So it is important that you are able to act without artificial restriction. Right. Goodness, this is beginning to feel like a mission of critical import. It most certainly is. Now, given that you've seen precious little of Alcessia proper, where would you like to start? Good question. Any recommendations? How would you like to take part in a mech op? You can pilot our very latest model, tuned up by yours truly. That's assuming there's no red alert, of course. Might be as we need to rush you straight to front lines. At that point, we may as well ask her to pick up a spare of stellar missions, or a share of stellar missions. Even the most amateur of artisans are welcome to contribute. One at a time, please! Let's not exceed a reasonable workload. That being said, I should be delighted to demonstrate what a good manager can do when set loose on a pile of assignments. For a manager, this opportunity is invaluable. Maybe I'll try my paw at a stellar mission sometime. At last, the Cosmo tables have turned. Instead of nagging and needling, she'll be working up a sweat. Where will this adventure take her, I wonder? Perhaps I could monitor her coordinates on my exo tablet. I sent Mumuko my recommendations via exo tablet. Quite the checklist now that I think about it. Upon her return, I look forward to hearing all about the wonderful time she's had. Finished at last! After running halfway around the star. I, for one, was quite pleased to see that you completed everything on the list. Likewise, I observed your emotional state as depicted through your etheric signature. The thrill of piloting, the joy of discovery, the bitter sting of failure. I am not a specimen, Dillis, and failure is overstating it. But I did have a lovely time. Glad we brought you out of the Timber Lodge. Aye, no amount of paperwork could have conveyed the true challenges of cosmic exploration. And what an honor to represent Aetheris to the Nagilvi. I feel, dare I say, positively fulfilled. Do you think they feel it too? Oh! Why is your ringtone going off during this touching moment? Oh! There's been a spike in the ambient ether. Could it be? This gives me no few ideas. So, who has some free time? Run! Okay, I wasn't expecting them to actually run. Amazing. Your assistance today is much appreciated, Chizune. I do believe we've made great strides in our connection to the Nagilvi. And who knows? Perhaps someday I'll don the Cosmic Explorer's attire once more. But for now, as one of our most generous contributors, I ask that you accept this small gift. Call it a token of my gratitude if you like. Ahem. Now then. Onwards and upwards for the Cosmic Exploration Initiative. Do stop by whenever you have time, won't you? Thanks to you, my job is easier than ever. Ah, the bliss of a competent assistant manager. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oh, it's a housing item. I thought it was a minion. God damn it. This is what I get for not reading more closely. All right. I'll have to add that to my apartment. Oh, Nimiwe is here. I was waiting until matters were in order, but now the timing feels right. Oh? Theorizing Way. Theorizing Way is eager to meet more erudite guests. Ah, if it isn't young Shizune. Recall you the visitation of the studium members back on Oasis? In light of the initiative's progress, I've cleverly deduced that a tour of this Alzesia shall offer enhanced educational value. And since everyone but me is woefully behind the times, I don't doubt they'll wish to hear of your exploratory exploits as well. Thus, I've seen fit to send invitations anew to all those previously unable to attend. Would you receive them with me?
Oh, you don't give me a choice in the matter, okay.
But this should mean more people from the studium.
Ah! Oh, he's gonna love this place! Why did they come here alone and not with the other half of their faculty?
Hello there, Theorizing Way. And Shizune as well. Thank you ever so much for the kind invitation. Interstellar Studies has opened many a new door, you see. After decades of digging in the earth, any archaeologist would jump at the chance to soar amid the stars. We may not assist in the initiative directly, but if what dear Kialiepo relayed to me is any indication, I expect this tour to be no less valuable than the last. To that end, I brought these two along with me.
We meet again, Shizune. In recognition of my star lens research, I was recruited to the Athena telescope analysis team alongside Jaromir. Where is Jaromir? As aides to the actual researchers, mind. Even so, it was an honor to witness the discovery of a new star. And now I've personally set foot upon it. While my partner in astronomy holds the fort back home, I intend to learn as much as I can. It's good to see you again, Shizune. When I heard tell of an interstellar city, I never imagined something so well preserved. Phyllis's many accomplishments, however, come as less of a surprise. When we studied anthropology together, she was always relentless. Speaking of which, Professor Tankin expects a full report of the tour. Not that he needed to ask. As if I would return with naught but a bouquet of Zeno roses. But do tell if you've seen any particularly charming fauna.
In my infinite wisdom, I've already seen to the necessary arrangements. Professor Marusha, you are free to guide your group as you see fit. However, few have greater first-hand experience in the field than our very own Shizune Daskar. Might you reprise your role as tour supervisor and provide your personal anecdotes?
Sounds like fun. Oh, please do. You've doubtless learned much of Alzessian civilization that will be of use in contextualizing our discoveries. As they excelled in in matters arcane, I suspect their technology may offer inspiration for my research. Let's begin with the rooting towerlings, shall we? Our studium guests have darted for the rooting towerling. Go and attend to their questions while I contemplate matters of greater import. Like what? I am glad a quest actually, like, does something with this place, though. Or, yeah, I hope it goes, like, actually in. Oh, maybe it won't. Boo! So the whole thing is one giant control terminal? Goodness, where do I start?
I hear Alxessia was buried in greenery before the crew came. Arduous though it must have been, it warms an old woman's heart to see such meticulous restoration. You know, Shizune, what interests me most about Alxessia is its etheric control system. While assisting the Stelloscope team, Jermir and I had practical use of our starlens to analyze the ambient ether of each candidate. In so doing, we learned learned which specific traits denoted suitability for exploration. In that regard, even static images made apparent that Oasis was unique. While Alxessia's is the strongest signature by far, and I dare say that the central mechanism controlling the flow of all that ether throughout the city is none other than this tree. Tower? Tree and tower all in one. That's the beauty of arcane manipulation. To think this landmark was carefully cultivated to engineer an etheric confluence, and on so great a scale as to be visible from another star. That is precisely what I find so fascinating about the Nagilvi. They harness the forces of nature itself to build and operate their self-sustaining city. Professor Namono and I thought to contribute decryption technology based on the ethereal conversion process we observed in working with the Golden Diata. Thus far, I hear it's been used to analyze information obtained from ancient ruins upon Alxessia and Oasis both. Quite the novel application. If we could interpret messages not only from the inhabitants, but the very star itself, the initiative would make bountiful strides. Indeed, I'm honored beyond words that our individual research efforts have contributed so much. Next, let's say we take a stroll through New Growth City. I should like to conduct a thorough examination from an anthropologist's perspective. Okay, but like there's a really cool thing, right? Oh no, wait, it's here, not here. Boo! I want to find out what's going on with I think it's this place. No. Yes? No? Where was it? Was it this place? Or was it here? I guess I can poke my head in if there's any place to poke my head in. Yes, it was here. I really want to know what the deal is with that place. But, in the meantime... let me go. Does this do anything? No? Okay. Wait, let me make sure I'm getting on the right one. Here we go. This city is remarkably well preserved, given it lay dormant for so many thousands of years. Oh, I wish Boric were here to see it. Judging from the structures, the civilization was perhaps more advanced than even our own. Oh, Jeromir, the professor was heartless to keep you. Wait, don't tell me. I believe I've ascertained the purpose of this place at a single glance. The stark difference in architecture design, as well as the distance from the central facilities, indicates that this was once the residential district. Specifically, the resemblance to greenhouses afforded by the resin glass windows makes abundantly clear that this region was reserved for relaxation. As for the cultural implications of these relics, I must remember to ask Dillis for her thoughts. Oh, my curiosity is positively piqued. Come now, Shizune, lest you forget, my heart beats not only for the professor, but by dint of a love for anthropology that well predates our association. Ho-ho! It's only natural for a scholar's passions to ignite in the field. I dare say this tour has brought out the very best in our dear Hinegeshi, and perhaps myself. Indeed, ruins like these are where the sister fields of archaeology and anthropology come together. As the interiors appear intact, I should like to establish a detailed chronology. But astronomy has a part to play as well. How did the city's ether circuitry serve its people? If only Jeremy were here to offer his informed opinion. Doubtless there will be further opportunities for him. Upon our return to the studium, Professor Tonkin and I will endeavor to reproduce the most significant elements of the Nagilvi's heritage. Until then, we've much and more to examine. Chizune, will you inform Theorizing Way that we'll report back once we've finished? I guess that is made out of glass. Okay. I dabble in archaeology and anthropology myself, but my studies stand to benefit from the perspectives of proper experts. Even Jeremy will be jealous. Were Professor Tonkin not preparing for a conference, I would have liked to hear his thoughts on this. On the bright side, the heart-shaped plant I found will make the perfect gift. I mean, research specimen. I know Theorizing Way is expecting us, but we shall need a bit more time to document everything. Do let them know we won't be long. Shizune! The tour continues, I presume? Then let us await their return. Welcome back, everyone! Tell me, how do you find Alsacia? Oh, it's been fascinating. The sheer scale of the city. Those telescope images didn't do it justice. But here and now, with every small step I take, it feels as though I can hear the footsteps of ages past. Such sentiments are the bedrock for a fledgling researcher's first foray into archaeology, and indeed a welcome reminder of my own halcyon days. Likewise, though the Faculty of Anthropology has played only an assisting role in Dillis' work, I am no less grateful for this opportunity. Doubtless, these ruins are but a fraction of the star's history. From what we've seen on Aetheris, countless more civilizations could be buried underneath. Suffice to say, I shall return to my research refreshed and renewed. So much so, poor Professor Tonkin may not even recognize me. As for me, though I previously journeyed as far as Fena, 'tis surreal nevertheless to stand upon a star I myself played a small part in discovering. And when I look at the night sky, I think there could be more civilizations like the Nagilvi out there. This visit has opened my eyes to what matters most for my research, a yearning for what lies beyond the firmament. I promise I won't soon forget it. Good, good! Nothing pleases me more than to hear your excursion has been fruitful. With each new star explored, the field of interstellar research studies has made leaps and bounds. Yet it will surely have need of capable researchers like young Jude here to develop its true potential. Then it sounds like we ought to meet with De Broglie and Professor Tulka and discuss establishing an office for a new faculty of cosmology. That sounds magnificent! I imagine such an exciting new discipline will draw scholars from all different fields, my own especially. Yearning for the great beyond hasn't ever been a romantic's pure view, and that is a conviction both Professor Tankin and I share. Well, if it isn't my friends Hinegeshi and Jude, or Jude and Professor Rarusha, have you been enjoying the sights here in Alsacia? Gosh, searching way. It's been far too long, my dear. That reminds me, Kialiapo mentioned the vital importance of touching a Loprit's ears at least once for posterity. If you don't mind. Since when were my ears part of hands-on experience? Or the hands-on experience? Yay! I say, what is the Studium's obsession with touching our ears? Don't they realize it tickles? Nevertheless, our cordial partnership shall continue for the foreseeable future. The scholars of Charlian are ever welcome to visit us. Okay, now unless there's another quest chain hiding here, 2 more quests. Oh. Aww. Wait a minute, I remember you. Cute. Okay. Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance from the journal, duty list, and map will be limited. You will need to decipher visual clues. Oh, I love these quests! The lively Loprit fears break time has gone on over long. Aha! Chizuni Daskar, can you help me? Can I borrow you? Sure. So, vicarious vacationers. So, vicarious vacationers. Heard of him? Mammoths. Rest enforcers. This rest thing turns out pretty important. Who knew? Not us Loprits. I knew. So we thought about it. Resting. Proper procedure. Formed a club. The Vigorous Vacationers. Equal parts fun and relaxation. Anyway, came up with a game. Like hide and seek. Use your exo tablet, take a photo. Others try to find you. Problem. We're Loprits. Gotta outdo each other. Every game gets harder. More hunting, more hiding. Until we're all carrot starved. Is that really resting, I hear you? Or is that really resting? I hear you. It's not. Gotta put a stop to it. 2 of us are still out there. The best of the best. It won't be easy, but you'll be rewarded. The first is around here. Wherever here is. I'll send the image to your exo tablet. Good luck. Yeah. Oh. That's not helpful. His face is their face is covering up most of the image. Okay. Let me think. Well, I know of at least 2 towers like that, so let me check at their locations first. Just off the top of my head. Cause yeah, there's one. Hang on. Oh, here we go.
Okay. So yeah, it could be that one. Near trees, maybe? Mm. Hmm. Maybe this is too close. Let me double check the picture. Hmm. Okay, that's too far. All right. So not there. So it's not this towerling. Is it just the two towerlings that are here? Nope, nope. So I will check the other towerling. Okay. Behind a tree? So maybe here? No. Behind one of these? No. Let me make sure it's not this one. I doubt it. I think this is too far. Yeah. This one? No. That one over there? No. Oops. No, it wouldn't be this one. Hang on. Oh, so we were where I thought we were before. I just didn't fully appreciate it. Okay, yeah, it wouldn't be this one. I see. Okay, I got myself confused. Okay, it has to be the other one, right? Unless... Oh, there's another towerling up here. What? Okay. Now, considering the fact that I can see... the network thingy from here. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be around here. Probably on this side. Maybe not. Maybe it was the first one I looked at again. Or after all. Oh, never mind. Here you are.
Alas, someone's found me. On second thought, thank goodness. I'm dying for a carrot. I tried chewing on the grass, but it's just not the same. Yes, a nice carrot from the the timber lodge will set me all right. Oh, but before I go, take this photo and find the last hider before they go, or before they too collapse of hunger.
Okay. Okay, so it's probably, if I had to guess, here? Based off of the angle that you could see this from? Okay. And then the road sign. Oh, no, okay. Let's see here. Maybe it was here. Hang on. I just know it's somewhere in this, like, diagonal. But there is no straight way there. Alright. Or direct way there. Alright, then I will take this. And then, in theory, this. Oh, maybe not. No. Because, well... yeah, no, it's not this. So let me go down this way. Cause it's gonna be... oh, you know what? I bet I know where it is. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. Well, we'll see. Hmm. No. Wrong angle anyway. Where is... Is it... It would be this way. It's not visible from here. Okay. Oh, so I'd actually be wanting to look... No. Oh, wait a minute. It is visible from here. I was looking in the wrong direction. But I think we're too close. Okay. This way? I'm trying to find a place that has the view that... Okay, this blocks it, right? Yeah. Because there's this sign. And oh, maybe I was right the first time. We'll see. It's definitely not here. We can't see... Grandmother Laurel from here. Or Grandma Laurel, I should say. This thing is blocking it. Alright. Then we shall go... Here. Oh! Oh, maybe. Hang on. Oh, she's not visible from here, though. Huh. Okay, I think I'm back to my original theory, then. Which is that one of... Did I check this one? Maybe it's this one. It's definitely, I think, one of these two. And yeah, okay, that has... Road in the distance. No, wait, go back! No! Go back! Okay. Now. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. So found you.
That she that seeketh findeth. Thank heavens. Having become unto shadow, I now suffer a carrot deficiency most dizzying. Let us journey unto the timber lodge, where I shall dine upon orange ambrosia.
Nope, not that return. I see they got their carrots.
Shizune Daskar, you're back! Heard you found them. Poor fellows, practically inhaling their carrots. Likewise, you've proven yourself a true vigorous vacationer. As for your reward, an honorary membership. Welcome to the club.
Okay, you gotta give me more than that.
Remember, life is hectic. Gotta slow down in that now and then. Take a breath. It's not easy. Keep trying your best. Or should I say, give up? Go home and sleep? You get the point.
The sight of it alone, enough to make a lop hop with excitement. This ticket can be traded with Orbiting Way for the chance to win valuable prizes. Oh. Oh. I see. All right, last quest. Allegedly. Yeah. His gift, his way. Searching Way seems concerned about whatever concerns Naming Way. How concerning.
Greetings, Shizune. Lest you fret, our analysis of Grandma Laurel continues apace. But perhaps you could handle something else for me. It's Naming Way. He's decided to take up an exploration initiative of his own. I can tell he needs help. Alas, as overseer here, I'm in no position to lend a paw, which is why I'm volunteering yours. You do have paws, don't you? No? I expect Naming Way is still around here somewhere. He'll explain everything.
Yep, here he is.
Fortuitous timing, Shizune. As I was just telling my associates, a mission of utmost importance awaits me on Aetheris. For you see, there remains unresolved the matter of the survey pod abandoned in the aftermath of my crash landing. At the time, there was no hope of repairing or even dismantling it. My only option was to conceal the wreckage under loose earth and plant matter. Now that I have returned with my kin, however, it's time I took responsibility for my mess. Loprit technology ought not to be left unattended. That having been said, the memory of precisely where I buried it is... well, it was 100 years ago. Nevertheless, I propose to have a look around the area and consult with locals as necessary. Would you care to accompany me?
Yeah, sure.
Wonderful! Then let us meet again at the peaks of Garabania. I seem to recall a quarrying town by the name of Alagana somewhere in the vicinity. Yes, I shall await you there.
Oh, that's cool! That being said, Twitch wants to run ads, so we will continue this adventure after the ad break. That being said, now that we're not in space anymore, I'm gonna change clamors. Here we go. All right, see you guys in a few minutes.
We're back.
Oh, I should probably close all these windows. Okay. We want to run this way. At last! We are here at Alagana. This is Alagana, yes? The town appears to be rather unpeopled. Has something happened in the time since the Autumn War?
Oh boy, howdy!
Back then, the bustling crowds of refugees and mercenaries posed a dire challenge in my efforts to avoid detection, I tell you. Alas, thwarted by the passage of time, I had hoped the familiar sights would jog my memory. But perhaps I simply retraced the events. Perhaps if I simply retraced the events. After my crash landing, I was discovered by a band of young children who called me a talking rabbit. That's right. That's right. They helped me conceal the survey pod. But of course, they would all be well over 100 years old by now. Were we to assume they yet live. I realize the chances are slim, but let us nevertheless speak with the townsfolk. Mayhaps someone has stumbled upon the wreckage in my absence. If you should hear anything noteworthy in the course of your questioning, give me a shout.
Okay. I mean, I don't have super high hopes that anybody here was alive back then, but maybe somebody here is the child or grandchild of one of those children. That long-eared fellow with you is a leper, you say? Good, good. Thought it was a damned kicker, but it got me thinking. You ever hear our traditional pouring song? It's a relic of the past now, but for the little ones, we sing a variant. From the moon the rabbit falls, moon dust mountain piled tall, or some such. You get the idea. Any road, a lot of folks moved on to ply their trades in Alighieri after a stone fell out of fashion. Might be as you could find your answers there. Or in the rest of the lyrics to that song. Mysterious machinery buried in the ground? No, ma'am. Don't know nothing about it, nor do I want to. My generation was raised to be wary of Magitech and all that Garlean shite. Fiddle with it, or go anywhere near it, and you'll be lucky if you're only clapped in irons. Can't deny some of us go scavenging just in or to keep food on the table, but if we found your stinking hunk of metal, we'd have the sense to leave it well alone. Wait, do you guys have more to say? The scars of the occupation run deep, you know. Anyone who dug up foreign machinery would bury it right where it was found. Well, I guess that's good for us. Try asking around the markets of Alighieri. Doubtless some few of their peddlers once hailed from Alagana. Oh? Oh, Nimiway. Hello. Folklore and children's songs about animals? Any rabbits to speak of, perchance? Something buried round these parts during the Autumn War? Afraid I can't help you there, dearie. Why, I'm 92 summers young. But even when I was a girl, Alagana still held on to that wartime vigor. Right up until the Empire came stomping in. Was it 20 years ago now? A lot of land's been gathering dust since then. So if you mean to tell me something's been buried here for the past century, well, I can believe it. Ho ho ho! After 100 years of covert operations, it feels strange to simply walk up to people and start a conversation. But I digress. Have you learned aught that could help us on the trail? There's a song, also maybe something about Alighieri. That the wreckage is like to have been left untouched bodes well for us, and I heard tell of that children's song myself. Surely it can be no coincidence that the lyrics reference building a mountain with a rabbit from the moon. Yet it seems no one in town knows the specifics. Would that I had a survey drone to scan the surrounds.
Alas, I was told that they aren't designed to function on Aetheris. At any rate, rather than dig blindly, let us travel next to Aligiri and continue our inquiry. Oh, Aligiri! Aligiri, I had hoped I would recognize... Aligiri, I had hoped I would recognize you. I see now the terrible reach of the Garlean invasion. Well, where shall we start? That striking scarlet garb! Could you be the Namingway or Namingway? Eh? I beg your pardon? Do you know my name, sir? That and more. Why, I've known you all my life. Isn't that right, my friend? Oh, it's a minion! I have one of those. I am Sewell, humble peddler of handicrafts like this mammoth. Time-consuming as it is to produce, I rarely carry more than one, but it always finds a buyer. I modeled it on the talking rabbit described in a nursery rhyme my grandparents used to sing for me. Naming Way the Red, they called him. The Aligana children's song. Might you recall the lyrics? Of course, it was a little something like this. From the moon the rabbit falls, in youth he doth confide. Sticks and stardust piled tall, his secret there to hide. The children build a mountain for the moon rabbit, and in return he gives them each a nickname and a footnote in his traveling log. So great was my fondness for the fable that when I took up the merchant's mantle, I collaborated with local artisans to craft these themed mammoths. Come to think of it, I do believe I encountered one of these during my travels, but I had dismissed its resemblance as a mere coincidence. Can you believe I have my very own merchandise? I'm pretty sure I have it on this character. My good sir, after 100 years away, I am come to retrieve the vessel I crash-landed and subsequently buried somewhere in the peaks. At the time, I was aided by a group of young children. Could your grandparents have been among them? Is there anything more you can tell us? Anything at all? Well, I'm a little shaky on the lyrics for the second verse, but let's see. Across the washing water deep, through Castle Gate beyond, alone the Moondust Mountain sleeps, its hearth and home a pond. Perhaps something there could be of use to you? Why, the second verse would appear to describe a specific location. This may be our most promising lead yet. Right then, Chizune, let us return to Aligana and see what we can make of these clues. Hold on a moment, Namingway. To you, I may be a stranger, but to me, you're a dear old friend of the family. Let me aid you as the elders once did. You're too kind, Sewell. I dare say we couldn't ask for a better guide. Okay. I believe, yep, there it is. Namingway. While it is whispered that this cheerful vagrant is the sole surviving member of a tribe hailing from none other than the moon, most see Namingway for who he is, a queer fellow with a penchant for giving all he meets absurd nicknames, then jotting them down in his mysterious journal. Hee hee. Namingway. Can you believe I have merchandise? That minion has been in the game since before you were. Since Heaven's Word. You get it from the first lore book. Or the code comes with the first lore book, I should say. After peddling wares in Aligiri for so long, My hometown feels almost foreign in its tranquility, yet no less welcoming. Well, here we are at the river. Now what? Across the washing water deep, through Castle Gate beyond. Our first clue directs us here to Slow Wash. If we suppose the castle to be the Castrum ruins, then might that rock formation be the gate? I trust your instincts, my good fellow. Let us see our Moondust Mountain on the other side. What do you mean, Castrum ruins? The Castrum wouldn't have been here 100 years ago. Okay, this, I guess. Let's see here. Pile of 6. This mound of earth is riddled with twigs and rock fragments. Nothing of value appears to be buried here. That looks like it might be Garlean. Let's see here. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna interact with this one first. You saved the correct answer for last. You root around in the pile of loose dirt and jagged metal, but find only broken Garlean weaponry. This one looks like it has bunny ears. When you clear away the debris, you espy a shape distinctly Lockred in origin. You decide to summon the others.
Yeah.
Have we located it at long last? Looks like it. Whatever it is, it's buried deep. My survey pod! Oh, happy day! Even after a century, it's still here. Well, all that remains is to arrange for its excavation and transportation back to the moon. So the nursery song was a map all along. I'll be damned. And, frankly, honored beyond words to have had a hand in this discovery. Likewise, my 100-year mission, likewise, my 100-year mission may well have ended in failure, were it not for kind-hearted souls such as you and your forebears. Not to mention dear Shizune, of course. Oh dear, little wonder I thought mankind was far too small, given my first encounter on Aetheris was with children. 100 years of it on Aetheris, you say? Doubtless you've been everywhere worth going. 'Tis a feat to which any merchant would aspire. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. As mentioned, I was restricted to the shadows in the interest of evading public notice. Never have I tested tacos in Tyrol or scoured the South Sea Isles. And there's no telling how many more stars are in want of exploration. Many a discovery is yet to be named and proclaimed, and I shall pursue each and every one to the ends of the universe. The ends of the universe? Well, I can but pray we meet again along the way. Fare thee well, Namingway. I can transmit these coordinates to my associates at a later time. For now, we must needs report back to Searching Way. After that, I suppose I shall ruminate upon my next steps. Oh, we have to go back?
Okay. How come this quest has a blue check mark? What does it unlock? Should I be worried? Oh, here we go.
And so my two dear friends returned triumphant on their mission, or in their mission. Very good, very good. When I invited you to accompany me, I failed to anticipate the extent of the ordeal in store for us. You've helped me put much to rest, Shizune. Ah, but what a story! A lost survey pod uncovered after a century, unearthed alongside the descendant of the child who helped to bury it in the first place. After we lost contact, I could only wonder what had happened. Really, I should have known our naming way would make an impact on the locals. Oh, very clever searching way. Aren't I just? In all seriousness, I'll arrange to have the Sinus Ardorum cohort collect the wreckage from Alagana in short order. Wonderful! Their assistance is greatly appreciated. In fact, I shall make a note to thank them, or each of them personally. Returning to the burrow, joining the initiative, and even meeting a civilization from another star. The journey has been long and fruitful. For much of it, I've been asking myself, what's in a name, truly? Flowers, trees, topological features, all of them beautiful just as they are. 'Tis we, not they, who have need of such labels. In the past, I spoke of cognitive links and other scholarly concepts, but I've come to believe that the true significance of names is both simpler and more profound. A name is a moment in time, a perspective, or a feeling. A name is how we say, this is how I see the world, and I want to share it with you. In a way, it's a gift, and I, Naming Way, was given the greatest gift of all. One that served me well as a part of the Cosmic Exploration Initiative, especially, I hope it's not presumptuous to say that I'm quite proud of the work I've done. Hardly. The crew has embraced your every appellation with enthusiasm, you realize? Indeed! And what a marvelous experience it's been. You've both made my dream come true. I think you'll find the feeling is rather mutual.
How in the world did you manage it all?
Oh, it was a daunting task to be sure. But I confess I was galvanized by the prospect of seeing my work immortalized in scientific research. Hee. At any rate, my time with the initiative is far from over. I have only just reunited with my kin after all. Ere long, however, I suspect I will be amenable to a new journey. Perhaps alone, or perhaps accompanied by an esteemed peer. You wouldn't say no to a new adventure, would you, Shizune?
Never. Okay, now why did that quest have a blue plus sign?
Thank you ever so much for accompanying me all the way to Garabania. My last lingering regret has been resolved. And I learned I've got my own line of merchandise. In all seriousness, I owe you much and more. Never would I have found my way back to the burrow had you not stopped on the street that day in Old Charlian. Already I find myself pining for new locales in need of names. But for now, I shall concentrate my efforts here on Searching Wayside. Oh, Shizune! How can I ever thank you? The Cosmic Exploration Initiative truly couldn't have come this far without the many contributions of artisans like you. Having achieved our greatest ambitions and tied up some loose ends on Netheris, I dare say we've earned a spot of peace and quiet. Our journey is far from over, but may one day take us to a new star. And one day may take us to a new star. But until then, we will study every ilm of Alsacia to ensure its story is preserved. Let me check something. So, was it just because it gave... wait. Oh, it's just... Was it just because it gives an achievement? Okay. Okay. Then I'm done. I officially have nothing left to do in Final Fantasy XIV as far as streaming besides the raids. But in terms of story content, I officially have nothing left to do until 7.5 Part 2 comes out in a little less than 2 weeks, on September 8th. Now, I need to find a place for this. I guess I can put it there for now. Or, no, you know what? What about there? And maybe I can rotate it a bit? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Nice. I like to keep a collection of the things I get from quests. Trophies from my adventures. I do this on both characters. I just have more space on my main. But yeah, anyway. So that's it for tonight's stream. I'll be back tomorrow night. We're going to be returning to Baldur's Gate 3 and starting Act 2. Very exciting stuff. In the meantime, and man, I don't know if this is going to be possible. In an ideal world, I'd love to be able to finish Baldur's Gate 3 next week. That might be impossible, but, we'll see. I know there's a lot to Baldur's Gate 3, but I also realize my memory of how long Act 3 takes might be slightly skewed by the fact that there were parts of Act 3 when I first played through it where I kept replaying them because I enjoyed them, or I wanted to see a slightly different outcome, or NPCs were dying. So yeah, it might be a big maybe. I think let's go raid Seremi because she is on post on Trail content. And yeah, and until I see you all again, I hope you have a good day, stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye.